have to oppose this. But anybody else want to seek recognition? General Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too have sympathy, if you will, or empathy for Mr. Golden's amendment, because without the right boots, our troops can't walk and they can't do what they do. But as the chairman of the Readiness Subcommittee, I cannot support an amendment that creates an immediate readiness gap. In other words, availability of boots. Domestic manufacturers produce 300,000 pair of combat boots annually. Our troops need roughly 5.2 million pairs. That's about a 17-to-1 shortfall. Industry told DLA it would take 8 years to reach the needed scale, and only with significant federal investment. That mandate puts the cart in front of the horse. This amendment regulates boots service members buy with their own money. These are not government-procured items. This is Congress telling a junior enlisted troop what they can spend their own paycheck on. Domestic boots average $263 a pair. Import-compliant boots about $158. That's a 67% cost increase absorbed entirely by the service member. A pretty significant financial hit for young military families. The Berry Amendment already requires DOD to buy American-made boots for issued items. That's the right tool. This amendment goes further, reaching into a service member's personal purchase decision. If we want to strengthen domestic boot manufacturing, the path is Berry compliance and capacity investment, not mandating what a warfighter can buy before the supply exists to back it up. Last year's NDAA directed DOD to survey domestic manufacturing capability. The RFI went live May 21st and hasn't closed. We're voting on a mandate before receiving the analysis Congress requested. Each service branch said non-concur. The Navy specifically warned of detrimental effects on service members, primarily due to availability and cost savings associated with non-Berry compliant boots. We should listen to our warfighters. I urge all members to vote against the amendment, certify capacity, make investments, then implement a mandate. Don't shift the burden on the military families before the industrial base can support it. And with that, I yield back.
Does anybody else seek recognition? Gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
I yield to Mr. Golden.
Thank you. I just want to point out that some industry says it would take 8 years, and in some instances that would be manufacturers that might have a product line in the United States but are choosing to make these boots elsewhere overseas for cheaper labor. They could choose to move that back over here. Defense Logistics Agency, in their wargaming, predicted that it would take 18 months to get to a place where we could go ahead and meet the necessary production levels. Of course, this amendment would allow for 2 years, sufficient amount of time to make sure that no one goes without boots. I think the point we're all making here, first of all, you know, we all served, many of us anyways, did. Those that did, we don't always get choices. We don't make a choice about our uniforms. We don't make a choice about what rifles we're going to carry into combat. Boots are also very important, again. Ask I mean, read about Valley Forge and Blood in the Snow. Ask the Mujahideen how they felt about fighting barefoot against the Soviets and why they fought or went so far out of their way to make sure that they could procure footwear for their efforts. We just know how important this is. What I am thinking about is the future choice of a generation of American service members who find themselves in a global conflict for an America that can't supply them with footwear because this generation didn't secure our supply chain and industrial base. There's no way to maintain the capacity other than ensuring that we make it here. I think service members understand what solidarity means in this regard. It's ensuring that every single one of them, when we're in a tough fight, is going to have the essentials that they need, from bullets to water to food and also to boots. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady yields her time back. Does anybody else seek recognition on the Golden Amendment? Seeing no further debate, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Golden. So many as in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Madam Chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote. Recorded
vote is requested and ordered and rolled to a later time. We will now consider log number 5987R1 by Mr. Cisneros. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Simply put, my amendment would increase the funding authorized for the National Guard Counterdrug Program. In fiscal year 26, the appropriated level of funding was $305 million. Last year alone, the California National Guard worked with local, state, and federal law enforcement to deny more than $8 billion in capital for transitional criminal organizations. Through this program, CalGuard has been able to do a wide span of counter-drug activities, from interdicting drug boats in the Bay Area to removing large-scale cartel-funded marijuana farms from California's national forest. In 2025, this program seized almost $15 billion in illicit narcotics. I'll say again, from funding of $305 million, this program seized almost $15 billion in illicit narcotics, over 32,000 kilos of fentanyl, 213 kilos of cocaine, 101 kilos of methamphetamines, 1,300 kilos of heroin, over 600,000 kilos of marijuana, and over 500,000 kilos of synthetic opioids. We should not be proposing cuts to funding programs that have proven success rate over stopping drug flow into this country. In fact, this program does more for stopping the flow of fentanyl into the United States compared to the administration's actions of illegally blowing up small drug boats in the Caribbean. We still don't know how effective that program is, and when it's been depleting our munitions stockpile at the same time. We need to continue funding this counter-drug program, which evidence has shown helps stop the flow of fentanyl into this country, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. Unfortunately, this amendment would zero out funding for the Slickum end, so I oppose this amendment because we simply cannot cut funding for the development of the nuclear sea-launched cruise missile, or Slickum end. Originally called for in the Trump administration's 2018 nuclear posture review, Slickum end is critical to meeting theater nuclear deterrence challenges. The Biden administration attempted to cancel the program, and some continue to claim it is unnecessary. But Congress rejected this argument at the time, deciding on a bipartisan basis to keep the program alive. And we continue to hear testimony from our senior military leaders about Slickum end's importance and the need to deliver this vital capability faster. The additional resources in the bill will help keep the program, reduce risk, and meet its aggressive timeline to deliver capability to our warfighters. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Mesmer of Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. This amendment would divert funding from the nuclear sea-launched cruise missile program and use a critical deterrence capability as a pay-for unrelated priorities. This committee has continuously heard testimony from Secretary Hegseth and our senior military leaders that this program is vital to addressing current deterrence gaps. Our nuclear triad is the foundation of American national security. After decades of delay, we cannot afford to defer investment in Slickum end any longer. I urge my colleagues to vote no and defeat this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say I was shocked that President Trump would send us a budget that slashed funding for the National Guard's counter-drug program. We're still very much in an opioid epidemic. And I have heard some very personal stories from my neighbors back home who have been victims of these serious drugs. And the National Guard's counter-drug program does great work with state and local law enforcement to provide analysis, support operations, and work on prevention initiatives. And these are proven efforts. The Illinois National Guard has taken hundreds of millions of dollars worth of fentanyl and other illegal drugs off of the streets. Just last year, the National Guard's counter-drug program took more than $15 billion worth of illegal drugs off the streets nationwide. I can't even imagine how many lives were saved just in my state and across the country. This is the kind of common sense work that we should be proud of, we should do more of, not cut back on. I'm proud to support this amendment to stop drug trafficking, support our law enforcement, and keep our nation safe. And Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance to the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Look, this program is so vital to the administration that the president's budget exactly requested $0 in funding for the Slickum program. The Navy and National Nuclear Security Administration have said they do not need any additional Slickum in funding until 2028. They likely cannot even obligate additional funding into the program. So if the Navy and NSA are not asking for additional funding for fiscal year 27, then the common sense approach would be to allocate funding for the Guard's counter-drug operations. For $355 million investment, the National Guard counter-drug program seized $15 billion in illegal narcotics last year. The return on investment is nowhere near the IRI for the bombing that's going on in the Caribbean right now. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Garamendi, California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cisneros, thank you for bringing this issue before us. Two critical issues are now combined in this debate. One has to do with nuclear policy, the other has to do with drug policy and the way in which we can address the drug crisis within the United States. It also speaks directly to what Ranking Member Smith started the debate with today, and that is that we make choices, and we understand the implication of those choices. Right now we have an opportunity to make a choice between dealing with the real problems that exist in our communities and in our society, that is the drug issue, and to use the National Guard as one of the assets to address that. The other choice is to continue with the Slickum. If we were to look at the nuclear policy of the United States in all of its various forms, we would eventually come to the Slickum and we'd say, why? Why would we do this? Why would we take our very necessary and very sophisticated attack submarines and turn them into a nuclear delivery system, thereby dramatically altering the way in which those submarines would be deployed and how they could be deployed if, in fact, the Slickum were actually on one or more of those submarines. It makes no sense whatsoever. Yes, if more is the order of the day, then yeah, we can do a lot more, we can have more and more, but why? That three-letter word, why? Why would we do this? Why would we take one of the most essential naval assets, the attack submarines, and turn not just one, but every one of them into a potential threat, nuclear threat to an adversary somewhere in the world? It makes no sense at all. We don't need it. We have plenty of ways to deliver whatever weapon is going to be on the Slickum. And I would argue here that it's much better for us to take a choice here, spending this money, small amount now, but very, very large amount in the days ahead, and using it to address the needs of our community, in this case, the drug addiction issues and the drug delivery problems, rather than a nuclear weapon delivery issue. I'm going to be arguing in the next 3 bills on a larger context of the nuclear weapons system, and I'm going to constantly say, why? Why are we doing that? Mr. Cisneros has a much better option here. Take the money, spend it on something that is critically important in every one of our communities. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, in this Congress, combating drug trafficking has been a central pillar of the Republican legislative agenda. So I don't quite understand why members of this committee would agree with the president's decision to strip the National Guard's counter-drug program, which is one of the most effective tools and one of the most effective ways to get narcotics off our streets, which are killing Americans today and tomorrow and next week and the month after that. Now, I represent 180 miles of the U.S.-Mexico border. I've seen National Guard in action in my district in these very sensitive operations. And let me remind the folks in this committee that the majority of drugs that are seized along the border, methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, and fentanyl that come into this country are via land routes that are coming through the U.S.-Mexico border, through the pedestrian lanes, concealed in passenger vehicles, or concealed in commercial traffic. Despite this well-known information, the department has primarily been instead striking boats off the coast of Venezuela and has targeted alleged drug trafficking vessels in the Eastern Pacific. To date, there's been over 60 of these boat strikes completed by the U.S. military at an extremely high cost, when instead we could fund the National Guard to continue doing this vital work. And so given the realities of how illicit narcotics, including fentanyl, flow into our country, and this central pillar of the Republican agenda to combat drugs domestically in our streets, we should be funding this program, and it'd be far more effective than other approaches that the department is currently using. So I want to thank Congressman for offering this amendment and urge everybody on this committee to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Does any other member seek recognition on the Cisneros amendment? There being no further debate on this amendment by Mr. Cisneros, so many in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. And your opinion, Chair, the noes have it. Does Mr. Cisneros? Okay. He does want a recorded vote. Recorded vote is requested, and it is ordered and postponed to a later time. We will now consider log number 6857R1 by Mr. Gary Mindy of California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can anybody tell me why we have in the last two NDAAs a number 400 for the ground-based intercontinental ballistic missiles? We've done research on this, trying to figure out why 400 is in the law and why we would even continue 400. I suppose it might be due to one or another person holding up their fingers and folding in their thumbs and saying, well, that's 4, so let's go with 4. One of the most important things we must do here is to ask always a 3-letter word, why? If the question is applied to the number 400 required intercontinental ballistic missiles in American silos, there is no rational, reasonable, or even an answer why 400. This speaks to a failing that Congress, and specifically this committee, has engaged in for many years, and that is a failure to require a detailed analytical discussion, study on our nuclear enterprise. We keep tossing out the word triad. Got to have a triad. Well, the triad actually dates back to the earliest days of the nuclear strategy, when we did not have submarines, when we did not have long-range missiles of all kinds, and we only had aircraft that would drop a gravity bomb. So we decided that we had to have an intercontinental ballistic missile, and we began building them. In the intervening time, we developed nuclear submarines, and a quick look at what is in this legislation, multiple delivery systems. So why 400 ICBMs required by law? That number drives an extraordinarily expensive enterprise, well over $300 billion, probably $500 billion over the next couple of decades. 400. Why? Because somebody, maybe a staffer, maybe a member, decided 4 is a good number. 4 is the number, so let's go 400. This amendment would require that the 400 be removed and that we begin the planning, the necessary debate, and the necessary study on alternatives to the ICBM 400 number. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment which would remove prohibitions on reducing the nation's intercontinental ballistic missile, ICBM, fleet below its current size of 400 missiles. I have great respect for my friend from California. I know he's very passionate about this issue. We've had this debate many times, and so I'll keep my comments brief. Every year since 2016, Congress has included provisions in the Defense Authorization Bill to effectively prohibit any further reduction of our ICBM force. Nuclear threats are growing. Reducing ICBM force would be completely inconsistent with the security environment. There is no reason to remove these limitations. Last year, this committee defeated essentially the same amendment by voice vote. I would hope that my friend from California would be willing to accept a voice vote again this year. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs, is recognized.
Thank you. To be clear, this amendment does not cut a single missile. It repeals an arbitrary number written into statute and then requires the department to justify the force it says it needs. The underlying bill goes the other way. It would prohibit any reduction. We'd be locking in the number by law before the department ever shows us the math behind it. Here's the backwards part. Current law requires at least 400 ICBMs across 450 silos. That floor is in statute. The targeting requirements and force planning analysis that produced it are not. In fact, we have never been shown them. This fixes the order of operations. It requires the department to show its work, the minimum it actually assesses it needs, the assumptions behind it, and at least 3 alternatives before we codify and write a number into permanent law. And consider the timing and cost. We're being asked to lock this in during the most expensive nuclear program in a generation. Sentinel has gone from about $78 billion to roughly $141 billion, an 81% overrun that triggered a critical Nunn-McCurdy breach. The Pentagon's own review found the cost blowout isn't the missile. It's the ground infrastructure, the silos, the launch centers. So before we commit to that for decades, we should know what the alternatives cost. This amendment requires that estimate. There's also a stability question this lets us examine. The land-based leg is the one we'd be under the most pressure to launch on morning in minutes off a sensor. The sea and bomber legs are survivable. They don't carry that pressure. The amendment doesn't decide that, but it does require the department to assess shifting deterrence to those legs and to study taking missiles off alert. That's analysis we should want in hand, not avoid. And we're doing this at a hinge moment on arms control. New START expired in February. For the first time in over 50 years, there are no binding limits on U.S. and Russian strategic forces. But Russia has said it will hold to the old limits if we do the same. Writing a rigid floor into law right now ties our own hands at the exact moment we may want flexibility. The report assesses how restraint arrangements would change the requirement. That's just prudent. So this is a repeal of an arbitrary number, and it requires a report. It cuts nothing. If 400 is the right number, the analysis will prove it out. I'd rather set our nuclear force to the requirement than to a figure no one in this room has seen justified. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Does any other member seek recognition on the Garamendi amendment? Seeing none, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Garamendi. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion share, the noes have it. There's a request for a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered and postponed to a later time. We will now consider log number 6855R1 by Mr. Garamendi. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, we're dealing with the nuclear enterprise here and the rush to build a new nuclear arsenal and involve ourselves in a nuclear arms race with both China and Russia. This amendment would require an integrated master schedule and life cycle cost estimates for plutonium pit production, comparing 30 pits, 50 pits, 80, and 180 pit production per year scenarios. The requirement of, and also requires that we analyze reuse of existing pits, recycling them, their refurbishment. It also adds a GAO review of certification reports. It's absolutely essential, if we care at all about choices and about the extraordinary expense of the nuclear systems. This deals with one of the key pieces of that. You may notice there's a theme here. Why? Why are we requiring by law a certain number of pits to be built? That requirement has put us into a cycle of extraordinary expense and probably unnecessary expense. We need to carefully analyze. We need to spend the time to do the analysis, to look at this pit production in the context of the entire nuclear enterprise system. Otherwise, we're going to continue on down this path, and we're going to spend a vast amount of money, and in that process, extraordinary waste, and quite probably unnecessary. So what we're looking at here with this amendment is very simple. Let's study this issue. Let's figure out how many pits we actually need for whatever weapon system we may want. We have a huge stockpile of pits that were taken from old weapons. Can we reuse those? Can they be recycled? Some people say yes, some studies say no, but there is no definitive study about that. Instead, we're going to just simply spend a huge pile of money, probably well over $27 billion, that could be spent on all of the other necessities that we have in America and creating our share of a nuclear arms race unnecessarily. So what we're looking at here is to compare alternatives, 50 pits, 30 pits, 80 pits, or 180 pits, which is the current requirement. No study has ever been done about those requirements and the necessity of that. I would ask for an aye vote on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment, which would undermine the statutory production targets for plutonium pits currently in law and strike a provision in the MARC that updates these targets based on the Department of Defense's needs. The committee has debated and rejected similar amendments for the last 3 years, and I would urge my colleagues to reject this amendment again. This is another area my colleague and I simply disagree. He's not convinced that we need to produce new pits, and as he knows, I appreciate his dedication to that view, but I do not share it. I believe we need pit production capability and that it should have sufficient capacity to meet the needs of the Department of Defense. That is what is reflected in the MARC, and that is what this amendment would strike. I would note that the Department has expressed support for the underlying provision, saying the MARC language of 180 pits per year by 2050 is the minimum requirement based on estimated pit lifetimes and our current assessment of projected warhead needs into the 2060s. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman Mike Rogers, again for your leadership. I rise in opposition to the amendment, and indeed, Dr. Desjardins is correct again that this amendment should be defeated. America's strategic nuclear deterrence is perhaps the best example of peace through strength. With mass murder of civilians in Ukraine by war criminal Putin, the Chinese Communist Party aggression worldwide, and Iran attacking our Gulf partners along with Saudi Arabia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey, the United States must be ready to face any challenge. Plutonium pit production and modernization is one of the most critical and pressing national security needs in America. Employees of the Savannah River site in South Carolina are working around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to bring the Savannah River plutonium processing facility, which will produce the majority of our nation's supply of plutonium pits, online as soon as possible. The two-site solution of Los Alamos and Savannah River is so crucial for credibility. As the only member of Congress who has actually worked at the Savannah River site, I know firsthand of the professionals there who are maintaining peace through strength. We need to understand that plutonium pits are a key component for nuclear weapons, that factors including aging, safety and security advancement, global risk, and weapons modernization. These pits are needed to replace from time to time, and for nearly 3 decades, the United States has not had the ability to produce them in the quantities required for the nuclear weapons stockpile. Many today that are in place are 60 years of age or older and have questionable capability. The United States cannot postpone reestablishing this critical capability for deterrence. Delaying the restoration of this capability would result in significant cost increases and risk to national security. I yield back.
Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Norcross of New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield my time to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Norcross. You know, we've got probably 18 minutes of discussion here thus far about one of the most consequential issues facing America and facing Europe, Russia, and China. That is the nuclear weapons systems that the United States, Russia, and China are producing, and half a dozen other countries, much smaller. 18 minutes. I've been at this and in the committee, the Strategic Arms Committee, for 15 years. There has never been a comprehensive debate about the future of the United States nuclear armament system, the triad and the other aspects of it. My friend from South Carolina has raised the issue of Savannah River. It is a sinkhole of money. It is going to cost well over $27 billion to produce what? Pits. Do we need 180? Can we get by with 30? Can we reuse, recycle the existing pits, of which there are a very significant classified number, but a very significant number? Never have we studied it. There is a study mandated by an earlier piece of legislation that I authored that would require a detailed analysis of the pit ability to continue to perform. Does it decline or does it not? There is no clear answer. There's a debate about this, but the debate tends to continue on the side that we can recycle the existing pits. So what we're trying to do here is to ask the question of why. Why are we continuing down this policy without a significant understanding of the underlying issues? In this case, pit production. At Los Alamos, Savannah River. It is a pit hole for our money. It is extraordinary sinkhole of money. South Carolina, Savannah River, Joe, you and I have been at this for a long, long time, and we disagree. I understand what you want. I understand the jobs in your community. But I don't understand why we would spend $27 billion producing pits that may not be necessary, but we don't know the answer to that. It is high time for this committee to focus on one of the major policy issues confronting the armed services, and that is the nuclear enterprise in all of its various forms. This is but one of those. I would ask for an aye vote on this and ask for us to be rational about the number of pits that we're going to use and produce.
Gentleman's time's expired. Does anybody else seek recognition on the Garamendi amendment? Seeing no further debate, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Garamendi. So many are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it. The recorded vote requested. The recorded votes requested and ordered and postponed to a later time. Okay. We will now consider log number 6877R1 by Mr. Garamendi. For what purposes, gentlemen from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please distribute the amendment without objection. The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is really the wrap-up of the previous two amendments. If I had my choice, I would have taken this one first. In this legislation, and in the previous legislation, there is numerous, very significant, very expensive activities that directly lead to a much larger nuclear enterprise. There are new submarines, Columbia and others. There are new weapon systems, new missiles, new hypersonic missiles. There are new defense systems, Golden Dome. All of these taken together create a very significant question about where the United States is going on the development of multiple nuclear weapon systems and the delivery systems that go with them. We do not, in all the years that I've been here, had a comprehensive review and study by the various think tanks out there about all of these systems taken together and what do they mean for national security. We take them one piece at a time. This legislation directs that report language require the Department of Defense to assess how emerging nuclear capabilities, hypersonic weapons, Columbia, Sentinel, all of these things, together with the Golden Dome missile defense architecture and the lapse of the New START comprehensive system to slow down the development. We have a wide open field ahead of us, and this legislation in the NDAA goes full on for the development of every conceivable nuclear weapon system and the bombs that go with it. We need to take a step back and say, why? Why are we doing that? Have we studied the rationale behind this, other than more is better and we're safer with more? Fundamentally, we are not safer with more. We are at greater risk. But it seems as though it's time to go eat, and most of us have done that. And it's just one more example of the inability of the House Armed Services Committee to come to grips with the nuclear enterprise and the extraordinary expense and risk that that brings to the world, and certainly to this nation. I would ask for an aye vote on this study of the emerging technologies and the involving arms control conditions.
I thought the gentleman was going to withdraw. Am I wrong? Okay. The gentleman
I ask for a vote.
asked for a recorded vote. So many is in favor of the gentleman's amendment will say aye.
That later. But right now I'm pissed.
So many is in favor of or opposed to it will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Is the gentleman which recorded a vote?
No.
No recorded. Okay. All right. Now we'll go to en bloc. Wait a minute. Okay. I did want to say before I get to this en bloc package, they've called a vote. It's one vote. The ranking member has calmed me down and said we just all should go over there one at a time. When you want to vote, you can, and come back over here. They'll wait a while on me, but they're going to keep that vote open. So you can go over there, but we're going to keep plowing through and get our business done, just like I said earlier. All right, we now will consider en bloc package number 3. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 3, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with a minority. Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. Where's my en bloc package number 3 is comprised of the following. Log 6787R1 by Representative Mace. Log 6400R1 by Representative Desjardins. Log 6621 by Representative Mace. Log 6705R1 by Representative Elfreth. Log 6430R1 by Representative Gooden. Log 6114R2 by Representative Mesmer. Log 6415R2 by Representative Wilson. Log 6831R1 by Representative Mace. Log 6569R2 by Representative Whitman. Log 5824R2 by Representative Luttrell. Log 6508R1 by Representative Wilson. Log 5981R2 by Delegate Moylan. Log 6004R2 by Representative Davis. Log 6071 by Representative Stefanik. Log 6149 R2 by Representative Mesmer. Log 6297 R3 by Delegate Moylan. Log 6717 by Representative Mace. Log 6302 R2 by Delegate Moylan. Log 6352 R1 by Representative Hamadeh. Log 6551 R1 by Representative Whitman. Log 6557 R1 by Representative Crank. Log 6565 R1 by Representative Bell. Log 6721 by Representative Mace. Log 6823 by Representative Fallon. Log 6651 R2 by Representative Davis. Log 6766 R1 by Representative Mills. Log 6817 by Representative Jacobs. Log 6639 by Representative Mace. Log 5852 R1 by Representative Stefanik. Log 5854 R1 by Representative Stefanik. Log 6416 R1 by Representative Stefanik. Log 6721 R1 by Representative Mace. Log 5900 by Representative Davis. Log 6446 by Representative McCormick. Log 6799 by Representative Mace. Log 5917 R3 by Representative Turner. Log 6854 R1 by Representative Whitesides. Log 5794 R1 by Representative Wilson. Log 5920 R2 by Representative Turner. Log 5964 R1 by Representative Jackson. Log 6510 R2 by Representative Wilson. Log 6075 by Representative Mace. Log 6560 R1 by Representative Ryan. Log 6572 R1 by Representative Tran. Log 6077 by Representative Mace. Log 6591 R3 by Representative Hamadeh. Log 6634 R2 by Representative Scott. Log 6642 R1 by Representative Jacobs. Log 6871 R1 by Representative Graves. Log 6868 R2 by Representative Gooden. Log 6408 by Representative Van Orden. Log 6091 by Representative Mace. Log 6704 by Representative Mills. Log 6466 R1 by Representative Keating. Log 6484 R1 by Representative Wilson. Log 6092 by Representative Mace. Log 6887 by Representative Wilson. Log 6672 by Representative Scott. Log 6000 R1 by Representative Whitman. Log 6716 by Representative Mace. The question is on block package number 3. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. So many as opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, ayes have it. The en bloc amendment is agreed to. We will now consider en bloc package number 4. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 4, consisting of amendments that have been worked with and approved by the minority. Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. En bloc package number 4 is comprised of the following. Log 6139 R1 by Representative Vindman. Log 6384 R3 by Representative Bergman. Log 6889 by Representative Mace. Log 5729 by Representative Houlihan. Log 5721 by Representative Jacobs. Log 6526 R2 by Representative Fallon. Log 6315 R1 by Representative Sorensen. Log 6847 R4 by Representative Tran. Log 6858 R1 by Representative Finstead. Log 6265 R2 by Representative Mace. Log 6654 R5 by Representative Davis. Log 6795 by Representative Mace. Log 6002 R3 by Representative Tran. Log 6288 by Representative Mace. Log 6563 R1 by Representative Whitman. Log 6896 R1 by Representative Davis. Log 6661 R3 by Representative Mace. Log 6865 by Representative Garamendi. Log 6888 by Representative Sorensen. Log 5802 R1 by Representative Jimenez. Log 5865 R1 by Representative Wilson. Log 6790 R1 by Representative Mace. Log 6640 R1 by Representative Kuda. Log 6852 by Representative Crowe. Log 6269R2 by Representative Hamadeh. Log 6617 by Representative Mace. Log 6845R3 by Representative Houlihan. Log 6287R1 by Representative Mace. Log 5777 by Representative Finstead. Log 6558R3 by Representative Elfrith. Log 6625R1 by Representative Mace. Log 6776R1 by Representative Sorensen. Log 6488R1 by Representative Wilson. Log 5836R1 by Representative Finstead. Log 6060 by Representative Van Orden. Log 6171R3 by Representative Kiggins. Log 6306R1 by Representative Whitesides. Log 6493 by Representative Whitman. Log 6751 by Representative Mace. Log 6516 by Representative Fallon. Log 6074 by Representative Mace. Log 6848R4 by Representative Tran. Log 5922R1 by Representative Harrigan. Log 6713R1 by Representative Desjardins. Log 6739R1 by Representative Deluzio. Log 5990R1 by Representative Cisneros. Log 6618 by Representative Mace. Log 6644R1 by Representative Tran. Log 6898R1 by Representative Mace. Log 5844R1 by Representative Stefanik. Log 6879 by Representative Khanna. Log 6891 by Representative Khanna. Log 6691R4 by Representative Bergman. Log 6131R3 by Representative Moulton. Log 6554 by Representative Ryan. The question on en bloc is on en bloc package. So many as in favor will say aye. Package number 4 will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Pin your chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc package number 4 is agreed to. We will now consider log number 6059 by Mr. Vasquez. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the amendments, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a report of order against the amendment. The chair now recognizes Mr. Vasquez for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to say that I do plan to withdraw this amendment for its jurisdiction issues, but I think it's important to speak on this issue. This amendment is simple. It would prohibit the United States from conducting underground nuclear testing without congressional authorization. In 1992, the U.S. conducted its final live nuclear weapons test. Advancements in technology and the establishment of the Stockpile Stewardship Program proved to all of us that explosive nuclear testing was no longer necessary. Now, for decades, administrations from both sides of the aisle have respected this precedent and this final decision. The Stockpile Stewardship Program, whose mission it is to ensure the safety, security, and reliability of our nuclear deterrent, uses a combination of subcritical experiments, massive supercomputer simulations, and physical surveillance of the aging arsenal to determine its viability. I know this because this happens at Sandia National Laboratory, where I've seen firsthand how the advanced simulation and computing program ensures the safety and reliability of the nuclear deterrent using high-performance supercomputers that simulate nuclear explosive performance. In other words, it works. Resuming live nuclear explosive testing, including underground testing, isn't just unnecessary, but it runs a huge risk of needlessly putting the American people in harm's way. The people of New Mexico know this. On July 16th in 1945, nearly 500,000 New Mexicans were awakened by a blinding explosion in the middle of the night. This was the first site of our nuclear test, the Trinity site, and they were unknowingly exposed to this deadly radiation. This fallout caused radioactive ash to rain throughout New Mexico, poisoned our crops, livestock, and our people. And even 80 years later, the consequences of this test have continued to create debilitating health effects, including rare cancers, infertility, and death among those families who were exposed to radioactive fallout. And although the Trinity test was an atmospheric nuclear explosion, Underground explosive testing has similar consequences, including severe environmental impacts that are driven by long-term radioactive contamination of groundwater, severe soil degradation, and a heightened risk of venting radioactive debris into the atmosphere. Last year, the same committee passed a provision that I secured in the FY26 NDAA to place commemorative plaques at White Sands Missile Range and Holloman Air Force Base to commemorate downwinder communities who were impacted by the first nuclear test in 1945. To leave the door open to future nuclear underground testing without congressional approval is a reckless and unnecessary consideration, and we should take it out of the conversation. With that, Mr. Chair, I do withdraw my amendment, and thank you. I yield back.
The chair thanks the gentleman for withdrawing their amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider log number 5963 by Mr. Bell. For what purposes does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chair, this is an
I reserve a
offer.
report of order against the amendment.
Mr. Chair, this is an offer and withdrawal. For decades, families in the St. Louis region, specifically in the 63106 and 63107 zip codes, have suffered the health impacts of radioactive waste exposure without recognition or justice. This amendment of including 63106 and 63107 in RECA would change that and attempts to solve a terrible wrong. Today, I'm fighting to make sure the families of North St. Louis are included in the conversation, because no community should be forgotten when it comes to toxic exposure. This amendment acknowledges what so many in our community have known all along. The government's failure to safely handle nuclear waste poisoned our neighborhoods, and survivors deserve compensation. For families in the 63106 and 63107 zip codes, this isn't just about dollars, it's about the accountability, recognition, and the basic right to live free from the harem of environmental injustice. I've said from day one, I'll never stop fighting for justice in our community, expanding RECA to include 63106 and 63107. This is long overdue, and I'll keep pushing until every impacted family gets the justice and care they deserve. This amendment does not clear the point of order, but I wanted to ensure to keep it on the forefront of the minds of this body, but also this Congress, and so I intend to withdraw the motion, and I yield back.
The chair thanks the gentleman for withdrawing the amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider log number 6330 by Mr. Moylan. For what purposes does the gentleman seek recognition?
Amendment at the desk, Mr. Chair.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ranking member and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of my amendment to the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, RECA. I also want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors and the thousands of advocates who have fought this battle for years. I speak today not just as a member, but as Guam's only voice in Washington, as the person responsible for representing survivors, caregivers, and widows who have waited too long, and for those who are no longer with us, who died before their stories could be heard or their suffering acknowledged. For decades, the people of Guam have endured consequences of U.S. nuclear testing in the Pacific without acknowledgement, assistance, or justice. For almost 2 decades, the United States detonated 67 nuclear weapons in the Pacific, proving grounds. But radiation fallout does not stop at the line on the map. It traveled across the Pacific, carried by wind and absorbed into the lands, our waters, and our people. The damage inflicted is not only physical, it is emotional and generational. For far too long, families have suffered through cancer, diseases, and birth defects without the answers or compensations and with nothing but silence from the federal government. Since I started my tenure in Congress, I have been fighting to get our people the recognition and compensation that they are owed. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking to be treated equally. My amendment delivers that equal treatment to Guam and states and districts represented by 6 other members of this committee. This is not just a matter of eligibility, it is a matter of moral obligation. It is about whether we as a nation are willing to confront uncomfortable truths and deliver long overdue justice to those who were placed in harm's way without their knowledge or consent. If we do not act now, we risk leaving behind yet another generation of families still waiting, still suffering, still unheard. Let this be the year we say, Guam and those across the country who became victims of the atomics program are no longer invisible. Let this be the moment we deliver the recognition and relief that our people have earned. I acknowledge that there is a point of order against my amendment, and I respectfully withdraw it from consideration. I hope my friends and colleagues in this committee would join me on the floor in fixing this injustice. I yield back.
The chair thanks the gentleman for withdrawing their amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider log number 5735 by Ms. Holohan. For what purposes, gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. You're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, as a young girl, I spent summers in Arecibo, Puerto Rico, visiting my grandparents and my aunts and working at my grandmother's small gift shop. I also represent Reading, Pennsylvania, a proud city with a proud Puerto Rican heritage. Puerto Rico has a place in my heart, as do veterans. Right now, veterans, National Guardsmen, and active duty service members in Puerto Rico are excluded from TRICARE Prime, the very same program available to every other active service member and retiree in the United States. Instead, residents in Puerto Rico only have the option to enroll in the TRICARE Overseas program. This exclusion sounds technical, but it really has huge consequences. Longer waits, out-of-pocket payments, exclusions of beneficiaries, and delayed treatment. This is the direct result of TRICARE's current structure in Puerto Rico. That's why I'm offering the resident commissioner, Pablo Jose Hernandez's TRICARE Equality Act as an amendment. It is simple. Fix the classification, end the disparity, and ensure that every veteran and service member in Puerto Rico gets the same access as everybody else. Specifically, this bill directs the DoD to improve TRICARE Prime access in Puerto Rico using the very same standards that are applied stateside, so beneficiaries can see doctors in-network without paying up front. It also extends the TRICARE Prime travel benefit, reimbursing travel costs for specialty care on the mainland that isn't available on the island. My amendment gives Puerto Rico's 38,000 beneficiaries the very same coverage and dignity that every other American veteran, National Guardsman, and active duty service member already have. Puerto Ricans have fought in every war, American war. This amendment does not ask for anything special. It asks that we honor that service in the same way that we honor it everywhere else. Equal access, equal coverage, and equal dignity. Unfortunately, I have to withdraw this important amendment due to the scoring to mandatory spending and cost to CBO. It is really a shame, given that the planned significant increase to our defense budget, that we cannot get this done. $1.5 billion proposed dollars, and not one can apparently go to our veterans in Puerto Rico. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair thanks the gentlewoman for withdrawing their amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider log number 6128R1 by Mr. Moulton. For what purposes, the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chairman recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment goes to the very heart of who we are as a republic and the sacred trust that exists between the American people, their government, and the military that protects us. My amendment is simple, it's direct, and it's also urgent. It reaffirms a bedrock principle of American democracy. The military has absolutely no business policing domestic elections or intimidating American citizens at the ballot box. Let's be completely honest about why we're here. We're living in an era of unprecedented executive overreach. We've heard the rhetoric. We've seen the expansive, borderline authoritarian interpretations of presidential authority. There's a deeply concerning willingness within the executive branch to use the guise of domestic crises to push the boundaries of presidential power. Well, let me be clear. The law does not have a loophole for political desperation. We've already got clear statutory guardrails in place to prevent the militarization of our polling places, and the committee should remind the country of them with resounding bipartisan support for my amendment. Title 18, Section 592 of U.S. Code makes it a federal crime for any military officer to order, bring, or keep troops or armed men at any polling place during an election, unless explicitly necessary to repel armed enemies. Title 18, Section 593 criminalizes any attempt by a member of the armed forces to prevent, intimidate, or even advise a qualified voter from exercising their right to vote. These aren't suggestions. They're not guidelines. They outline federal crimes. Our service members take an oath to the Constitution, not to the political whims of whoever happens to be the commander-in-chief. Our troops deserve clarity on this. They deserve to know that Congress has their back when they refuse unlawful orders to police their fellow citizens. This amendment explicitly supports the rights of our service members to vote as private citizens, off-duty, and out of uniform. It also acknowledges the strict, narrow exceptions for the National Guard if and only if a state governor explicitly commands it and if local civil election officials request it in writing during an extraordinary circumstance. Only in those extraordinary circumstances can the Guard provide support under state active duty. But an improper, politicized federal deployment of active duty troops to watch over American voters, absolutely not. And it should not happen on our watch. This should be easy for us all to come together and vote for, because it's fundamental to ensuring we have peaceful, fair elections. It's fundamental to our democracy, and it'd be a strong sign of Congress's authority to support it in a bipartisan way. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Is there any debate on the amendment? I recognize myself. The gentleman's amendment correctly identifies that military interference in an election has been illegal under various federal laws for over 100 years. Because of that, there can be no deployment of troops at the polls. I don't understand why we need to waste the department's time and resources on a report on something that isn't happening. This is nothing more than a messaging amendment. I urge all members to oppose it. Is there further debate? If there's no further debate, then the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Moulton, 6128R1. Oh. Someone, we have to vote first. Someone in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested and ordered, and in order. And it will be postponed until a later time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
All right, we will now consider log number 6464R1 by Ms. Goodlander. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please distribute the amendment without objection. The reading of the amendments dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from New Hampshire for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment for very straightforward reasons. To affirm this committee's longstanding support for the integrity of federal elections and to ensure that eligible voters in every corner of this country are able to cast ballots free from intimidation, coercion, and undue interference. This amendment does not create any new authorities, alter existing law, or interfere with the department's operations. It simply requires a briefing so that Congress can better understand the department's guidance, its training, its oversight measures, its coordination efforts related to election security and election-related activities. This committee has long recognized the absolute vital importance of existing federal legal prohibitions on the deployment of federal troops and armed federal law enforcement personnel at polling locations, except in very limited circumstances that are expressly authorized by law. This committee has also long recognized the importance of the clear separation between military authority and civilian election administration. This is essential to preserving public confidence in democratic institutions and is at the very foundation of the constitutional rights of all Americans. So what this amendment does is really give us the tools to and the information that we need to be able to conduct the oversight that the American people deserve in the lead up to this election. This is a straightforward amendment, Mr. Chairman, and one that I hope we can all support, because at the end of the day, free and fair elections and public trust in them are at the very foundations of our democracy and our Constitution. So I urge you all to support this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
General yields back. Chair recognizes himself. As we have established already, military interference in elections has been illegal under various federal laws for over 100 years. The amendment seeks to, quote, maintain public confidence and neutrality of the armed forces during the 2026 federal election cycle, close quote. I think the best way to build that confidence would be to defeat this amendment and stop this rumor that there are troops at our polling stations. I urge members to oppose the amendment. Does it, gentlelady from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment does something very simple. It reinforces existing law that prohibits sending members of our armed forces to polling places during elections unless necessary to repel armed enemies of the United States. That should not be controversial. Yet the fact that this amendment is necessary tells us something about the moment that we're in. Earlier, about a month or so ago, right here in this hearing, I asked Secretary Hegseth the very straightforward question. If ordered to deploy troops to polling places during an election, would he follow the president or the Constitution? His answer wasn't the Constitution. It wasn't even the law. His answer was Joe Biden. Secretary Hegseth claimed that President Biden sent troops to polling places in 2024. That is simply not true. National Guard personnel were deployed in some states by state and local authorities under state control, not by a president ordering federal troops to oversee elections. Facts matter, the law matters, and the Constitution matters. This amendment does not prevent the Department of Defense from protecting our nation against cyber attacks or foreign interference targeting our election infrastructure. It does not weaken national security in any way. What it does is require transparency and accountability. It requires the department to explain how it is complying with the law and ensuring that our service members are never used to interfere with the democratic process. Our military exists to defend the Constitution, not to police elections, not to intimidate voters, and not to serve the political interests of any president. Free and fair elections are the foundation of our democracy. If Americans lose confidence that their ballots, not soldiers, determine election outcomes, we will have damaged something far more important than any single election. I strongly urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on the Goodlander amendment? Seeing none, there's no further debate. Question occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Goodlander. So many as are in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Ms. Goodlander?
Mr. Chairman, may I request a recorded
vote is requested and ordered and postponed to a later time. We will now consider log number 6454R1 by Ms. Goodlander. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, reading of the amendments dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am offering this bipartisan amendment for a very straightforward reason: to vindicate a principle that is so common sense and deeply American, that in this country, our service members need to have the tools and the ability to fix and maintain the equipment they rely on to accomplish their important missions. For decades, our service members have been forced to rely on a deeply broken system, a status quo that has made repairing equipment on the battlefield, sometimes the most equipment, impossible. It has threatened our readiness. It has cost American taxpayers billions of dollars. And for this reason, we have seen every service secretary that has come before this committee support our amendment and our effort to try to codify the right to repair and to fix this broken status quo system. The American people and American service members deserve so much better than what we have given them. And I appreciate the efforts of you, Mr. Chairman, and of Ranking Member Smith to advance some provisions in the base text of this bill, which I think will make some good steps in the right direction. I think it's a great thing that we are requiring the Department of Defense to plan for the acquisition of all technical data and license rights that they need to maintain, repair, and overhaul weapon systems before acquiring those systems. This is a common sense requirement. What our bipartisan amendment does is to clarify and to create a clear set of rules, a default rule that will help to resolve disputes before they arise, that will streamline these processes, cut red tape, and close loopholes that have mired our military in endless challenges in trying to do some of the most basic things that we should be empowering our service members to do. This straightforward amendment is one I hope we can earn your support on. What we are trying to do is improve readiness, crack down on some of the most pernicious forms of waste, fraud, and abuse that we see in our defense industrial base, and to really empower our warfighters to do what we have asked them to do, and to do that with ease and without the red tape that they are confronting now. So I'm grateful to Congressman Harrigan for his partnership on this amendment, and urge you all to support this straightforward, common sense, bipartisan amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, Chair, and recognizes himself. I truly appreciate what the gentlelady is trying to accomplish. We all want the department to be able to maintain and repair its equipment for our warfighters. However, in trying to address a legitimate concern, this amendment regrettably creates a much larger problem. By granting the government extremely broad rights to IP developed in at private expense, this amendment would force companies to choose between protecting their IP and doing so with the Department of Defense. Many will choose to protect their IP. The result will be fewer innovative companies in the defense market and thus fewer cutting-edge capabilities available to the warfighter. Also, those companies that do continue to work with the department will charge more to account for the loss of their IP, reducing the department's buying power. For these reasons, we've heard strong opposition to the amendment from AIA, NDAA, the National Association of Manufacturers, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the Association of Equipment Manufacturers, and too many others. There is a more balanced path forward. The Chairman's mark addresses IP concerns through the targeted reforms developed in consultation with the Army, and the Army has indicated its support for that approach. This committee has spent the last year working to strengthen the defense industrial base, increase competition, and preserve our technological edge. This amendment, unfortunately, would do the opposite. For that reason, regrettably, I must oppose the amendment. Does anybody else seek recognition? Gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs, and then we'll go to Mr. Harrigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with the reality for a service member without the right to repair. They're deployed. Their equipment breaks. They are trained to fix it. They have the skills, and yet they are not allowed to because a contractor owns the data, the manuals, and the tools and hasn't cleared the repair. So they wait. They wait for us to fly contractors out to ships at sea for simple fixes. They wait for us to ship engines from Japan back to the United States, which takes months. The Air Force has paid $900 a page for a contractor's maintenance manuals. And in the worst case, this costs people's lives. POGO identified a retired Army Master Sergeant, Wesley Reed, who was in Afghanistan with a CT scanner used to find internal bleeding in wounded soldiers. It broke. He was trained to fix it. He called the manufacturer for the part, and the manufacturer wouldn't deliver it, while soldiers' lives hung on that machine. Marines on a training exercise have been made to choose between voiding a warranty to fix their own gear or flagging it broken and standing down. This is what no right to repair means. Readiness degraded, money wasted, and sometimes lives on the line. Now, I know you're going to hear from industry. I'm not going to stand here and pretend I can out-argue a contractor's lawyer on the 5 points of intellectual property, but I don't need to, because the people who actually run this military have already told us what they need. You'll hear The department already has all the authority it needs. If that were true, the Secretary of the Army would not have sat in front of this committee and told us he cannot sign contracts to get it. Current law only reaches major weapon systems, and it lays out the software modern equipment runs on. It's 2026. The software is the weapon. You'll hear we're seizing their intellectual property. We're not. We're paying a fair price to fix equipment we already bought. The Army Secretary said it plainly. The Pentagon doesn't want to take the data, it wants to buy it. Every trade secret protection stays exactly where it is, and when the GAO went looking for a single case where the government compromised a contractor's IP, it couldn't find one. And we offered an alternative, the Ombudsman in the Chairman's Mark, Section 842. Straight about what that is. It's the version the contractors are comfortable with. It adds language that lets a company tie the department in knots by claiming almost anything that's a trade secret. That is not a right to repair. That is a loophole with a help desk. Here is what should settle it. The Navy Secretary calls himself a huge supporter. The Army Secretary is rewriting contracts to get this. The Air Force Secretary calls this a strategic priority. Secretary Hegseth ordered the Army to pursue it. This is not partisan. The only people standing in the way are the contractors and the lobbyists they pay, and on this bill, they are paying quite a lot. The people who fix this equipment and the people who lead them have told us what they need, and it's our job to listen. I urge our colleagues to vote yes.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harrigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in strong support of the Goodlander amendment. Right to repair, unfortunately, has become a national security issue for our country. And although I have great respect for the chairman and the ranking member and the ideas that are being exchanged on this dais, we have planes that cannot fly. We have ships that cannot sail. We have vehicles that cannot drive and tanks that cannot crawl. And in some of our services, that number is approaching 50% of our force. It is a genuine readiness issue. And the core of this problem is surrounding really poorly negotiated contracts from the department over many, many decades. We heard today, and what we're trying to do in this bill within the defense industrial base is recognize that it's in trouble. Give it an injection of capital because it is incapable of scale and speed. Mr. Chairman, you said that today. And for the ranking member, we have to innovate at scale at a more affordable rate. I agree wholeheartedly with both of those statements and believe in what we're doing. But if we inject over $250 billion more without changing the way that we contract, we are not setting the Department of War up for success. We are not doing right by the American taxpayer. The AIA argument is conflating licensing with confiscation. They are legally distinct terms. This right to repair language in this amendment does not seize patents. It does not seize copyrights. It does not seize trade secrets. This private IP remains private. What's important to note here is many of the authorities that we are talking about in right now already exist within the department. The problem is that they do not use them. What this amendment language does is it forces the department, at the request of every single service secretary that has testified before us, at the request of every single chief, every single vice chief of every single service that's represented up there on the wall. They want this, they need this because they know the stranglehold that industry has over the contracting mechanisms of the department. This must stop if we are actually to achieve decisive readiness for this next fight that we very might all face. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
If my memory would serve me, I would echo what my friend just spoke to. Very well delivered and very, very correct. We have heard from every part of the military complex, every department, all the way down the line, they want the right to repair. In the Readiness Committee over the years, we've heard many of the bad stories. We've heard of DDGs that are unable to carry out their tasks because their radar system is down and They know how to repair it, but they cannot repair it because they do not have the right to touch that system. They have to wait until someone from the industrial complex shows up, being flown from the United States to the Western Pacific to repair the radar. Example after example. The men and women that are in the military know how to repair the equipment, but they cannot do so because they do not have the right to repair it. A lot of discussion has gone on here. This is a fundamental readiness issue, and we must address it. How do we address it? This piece of legislation comes directly to the issue, provides the necessary safeguards for IP and other investments that a company has made, but simultaneously delivers to the military and all of those agencies, all of those departments, and all the men and women that work there the opportunity to carry out the training that they have received and to repair the equipment before them. It may be an aircraft, maybe an aircraft carrier. It may be a submarine. It may be a tank. It may be any number of things. It may be an automatic weapon. But right now, the right to repair does not exist. We need to open that door. This legislation does that. It is imperative that we move forward on this issue. Ms. Goodlander's legislation provides us the opportunity to do that. I would strongly, if you care anything about the readiness of our military and all of its various functions, that they have the right to repair. This legislation would provide it, and I would ask for an aye vote when it comes to that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize Mr. DeLuzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, support the Goodlander amendment. I commend Ms. Goodlander and Mr. Harrigan for their work here to, frankly, get the right to repair for our troops to fix their own stuff. We know from GAO that's looked at this that having a right to repair for our troops could save the public billions of dollars. And Mr. Harrigan is absolutely right to talk about the service chiefs, the service secretaries uniformly coming in front of us, imploring us in this committee to get the right to repair for our troops. And this is not just a House effort. There is a Senate effort that is bipartisan as well. Senators Sheehy and Warren and others have similarly pushed on the Armed Services Committee there for inclusion of strong right to repair language. I think this language reflects the seriousness of the bipartisan bicameral work. I urge the other members of the committee to support the amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Finstead.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. I want to speak in opposition to this amendment. I just want to make sure that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle realize that this amendment would undo all of the progress that we've made over the last few NDAA cycles to revitalize the defense industrial base and bring new companies into the fold. I represent a district that has a lot of mom and pops that are getting involved in the defense industrial base, and this amendment would be a big obstacle and hurdle for them to really engage further. This will drive commercial companies out of the defense industrial base because they'll no longer be competitive in the commercial market if they give up the rights to their IP. This amendment will also enable the department to share an original manufacturer's privately funded manufacturing trade secrets with any competitor for any government purpose, including to compete against the original manufacturer. This amendment will not make IP free to the department. It will simply force contractors to price IP into every proposal they submit. Companies will no longer be selling just a product or service. They'll also be selling and providing the DoD the IP developed with privately commercial investments. Current law allows the department to identify and purchase only the rights it needs. This amendment instead risks making taxpayers pay for intellectual property the department may never use. In last year's NDAA, we actually had report language with the leadership of the chairman to have the department come to us and tell us, what IP do you need that you're not getting? We have not received that report yet. And so we've heard anecdotally that, there's all kinds of things that we need. We put in the bill last year, come to us and tell us what you need. We haven't seen it yet. This is not the way to do this. I appreciate what Representative Goodlander is trying to do here, but this amendment claims to improve readiness and sustainment, but intellectual property is not the root cause of the department's readiness challenges. This amendment is harmful, and what's more, it's entirely unnecessary, and I'll just offer a quick example of why Many of us have heard about the Army's frustration with obtaining industry IP to 3D print something as simple as a radio knob. I think we've heard that example. But on May 26, 2026, the Army published an article titled, "Army and Industry Make Significant Strides on Building Supply Chain Resiliency." And in that article, Lieutenant General Chris Moen, Commanding General of the Army Material Command, stated, "By renegotiating how the Army and industry share IP, it gives us the ability to unlock true potential, the potential of advanced manufacturing and the tactical edge, ensuring that soldiers can fix what's broken and return the warfighter faster than ever before." So, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter this article into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
So I would just close with this lesson straightforward. The department already has the authorities it needs to address these challenges. It just needs to use them. That's why I strongly support the chairman and the ranking members' alternative provisions in this mark that establishes an IP ombudsman and a mediation process to help the department resolve and dispute constructively. So I strongly oppose this amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support right to repair in principle, and I believe that this legislation is well intended and mostly well written, but we have more work to do here, because the intention is to provide like forward theater capabilities and our readiness, maintenance and repair with the needed manuals and specialty tools and technical training that's required to do maintenance and repair. So that's common sense, yes. But this is an all-encompassing piece of legislation as written, and would include items that are very complicated, and I have no doubt that our technicians in the military have the capability to address, but devices that are super other agencies, like MRI equipment in a hospital environment. This is the type of sort of government unintended overreach that we have to address. So I concur with both arguments here, and I do support right to repair in principle. We have more work to do. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The concept here is how do we make sure that the government, as a customer, gets what it needs? And unfortunately, this amendment proposes to provide default government purpose rights for all contracts within DoD, regardless of who funded the development of the IP. I'm concerned about that because much of this is dual use. Much of this has been invested in previous to the government becoming a customer. So there's embedded cost in this that the company itself has invested in, and now they're being required to just give it away. And there's no limitations, too, on this technology being passed on to somebody else, so you can pass this on to a third party. So once the government has control of it, if they say, hey, this is information we're going to give to everybody else out there. And that company has spent years spending money, doing research and development to develop a unique technology that's there for the government, that in some instances is even dual use. And then by this amendment opening this up, this allows that technology to be given to anybody else who may want it on the Department of Defense side. Now listen, there are instances where we have to fix this, but I would argue that this is a matter that takes more intent than just a carte blanche providing default government purpose rights. I mean, this just opens it up. This says, hey, if the Department of Defense has a contract to buy 10,000 trash cans for every Army base across the nation, and the injection molding process on the wheels there is something that is a technical aspect of that acquisition, guess what? That company has to turn over that information, that technology, that intellectual property that's not just used for trash cans that are there on military bases, used for every trash can that they sell. Folks, this is going way farther than what we need to go to really pull this in to where the government gets the IP that it needs. If it can demonstrate a clear need for this and demonstrate how it is unique to the product or the service that it's providing, then listen, I've got no problem with it. But this is just a carte blanche saying everything, all contracts, regardless of who funded the development, regardless of how much money businesses put in there. Do you think anybody's going to go, yeah, I'm going to have a contract with the United States government to provide this for the military? But you know what? Every penny that we spend in research and development, every penny that we spend to put this product out there, even on dual use, guess what? We give it all up. And what do we get in return from it? For the government to buy a certain number of units of that, and that's it. So I think that we have to go back and really sharpen our pencil on this and find a way to do this. And listen, many of these issues have been worked out. I'll give a great example. The last tranche of F-18s and what F-18 was doing and how it was finished and that production line. They went through a couple of years with Boeing to figure out how are we going to finish this up with the IP.
Chair now recognizes
Those things have to happen.
another fine gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by saying I concur with Representative Whitman and the comments from Representative Higgins. However, I want to yield the balance of my time to my friend and fellow Special Ops veteran, Pat Harrigan.
Thank you to my colleague from Virginia, and I very much appreciate all of my colleagues' vibrant debate on this topic. I must say I fundamentally disagree with many of the arguments that have just been laid on the table here. However, I think the biggest one is that commercial off-the-shelf purchases like trash cans or other proprietarily developed, privately funded again, commercial off-the-shelf assets would be required to fall under this somehow seizing of intellectual property. That's not true. Very specifically, this carves out commercial off-the-shelf items. There is also a Secretary of Defense level out for this. What we are trying to say through this amendment process is that we want the structure of all contracts that the department enters into to be structured differently. And if, for whatever reason, something needs to depart from that, we want it to nest at the Secretary of War's level. He needs to deal with that personally. It is still possible. What we do not want is we do not want a commercial company that manufactures a front-end loader and simply paints it green to sell to the Army or to the Marine Corps to fall under this. There is a specific carve-out for commercial off-the-shelf items. Second, the passing of intellectual property to a third party. That's only after something fails and it's adjudicated through an already administered process. We are not, this amendment is not a 600-page amendment full of new ideas. It's a 3-page amendment that forces the department to use existing authorities that it has in a very prescriptive way to deal with these problems with the industrial base when it fails to conform to its sustainment obligations. The purpose of this is to make sure that we actually have equipment that works in the department. Right now, we do not. And if we spend $250 billion more this year and we do not add in these additional contractual baseline requirements to fundamentally change the way that we are acquiring hardware for the department, we are going to continue to have the same problems and the same mess multiplied by $250 billion. I yield back. Thank you.
Does the gentleman from Virginia yield the balance of his time? He does. Chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this has been probably our best debate of the day. I think this is a really important issue that has been argued intelligently. And look, we have made progress in terms of the IP problems. And part of what drives this is the bad old days, basically the first part of the 21st century, when vendor lock was everywhere. IP was a major, major problem. Industry took complete advantage of defense contractors who negotiated horrific deals and wound up locking us into things that caused massive increases in costs, and also because there was no competition, they didn't produce it. Basically, they'd give us an inferior product, and then the only consequence was they got paid more to fix it, all right? And they took advantage of that. Industry has only themselves to blame for the fact that we're having this debate by leveraging all of that. I think it's also worth noting that IP is important, all right? And I do understand private industry, they're very twitchy about this, and for understandable reasons. That's their secret sauce. This is what they developed. If all of a sudden it goes away, they're gone. So they are always very cautious about letting it go, and they should be. And we should be cautious about that because we need industry to develop these new technologies. And if we tell them, if you develop a really good technology, then we're going to want it so bad that we're just going to steal it, they're going to stop developing it. But this amendment does not, as one of the previous speakers said, strip IP rights. It does not do that. If it did that, I wouldn't even consider supporting it. It takes a very narrow approach. More narrow than in the past. It's prospective, doesn't get into past contracts. It talks about future contracts, and it really does focus on, I always forget the phrase here, sorry, government purpose rights. But it doesn't automatically create government purpose rights. It creates a rebuttable presumption in certain isolated circumstances. So I am going to support the amendment because I think it pushes, but not too hard. I think there has been a lot of work here to try and strike this balance. So, but please don't think that, you know, well, corporations, they're awful, evil. They've developed some incredible technologies that have been absolutely crucial to our ability to defend ourselves and to meet our national security needs. We want them to get a return on their investment. But the way they've been using IP has been too much as a leverage point, not enough as something that's going to actually get us to solutions. We'll see. There will be many, many more arguments about this, but I'll support this amendment. We'll get into conference. We'll talk about it. But at first glance, it seems like after several years of trying to get this into that very difficult sweet spot, that the sponsors of this amendment have accomplished that. So I do support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Whitman doesn't feel like this dead horse has been beat enough, so I'm going to yield my time to him.
I'd like to thank the gentleman from Georgia.
I think it's been beaten pretty much to death.
It is. Well, I just want to add one more thing to it. Mr. Chairman, I want to add one more thing to it. I want to go to what you pointed out that this NDAA is all about, and that is growing the industrial base. Growing those small and medium-sized companies that are the innovators, the creators that want to get into the defense business. And when I talk to them about this and they give me their concerns and they say, Rob, we're the innovators and creators, we're not certain we want to get into business anymore because if we're going to have to give up our IP, this magic sauce that we have created, we're not certain that that's a place where we want to go. And we've been struggling to try to get them into this space, and we've had some success. I think making sure that we do this, but we do it the right way. This, to me, is overly expansive, and it's going to have a chilling effect, I believe, in how people look at this, and they're going to go, hey, I'm not getting in the space because I'm worried about giving up my IP in ways that I'm not even sure how it's going to affect me in second and third order effects down the road. To me, that is problematic. And listen, I'm in agreement. We need to fix this. There needs to be right to repair. But I think that we need to make sure that we look at this very carefully and get the details of this right. Because if we don't, all the things we've tried to accomplish with acquisition reform and growing the industrial base, growing the defense industrial base is going to go right out the window.
I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Yields back his time. Now we recognize the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Strickland.
Thank you. I'm not going to beat this dead horse myself, but I am going to yield the balance of my time to Ms. Goodlander.
Thank you so much. I'll be very brief. Just first, I would love for everyone on the committee to see a letter we received signed by more than 330 small businesses from every corner of this country who support this provision because this is going to create competition and a level playing field that's actually going to strengthen our defense industrial base and the small businesses we urgently need to be a part of it. The second point I make is just it's been suggested that this is somehow going to be a seizure of IP, a surrender of IP. I want to be very clear that what this amendment does is to create a clear default rule, a rebuttable presumption that, frankly, is pretty easily rebutted. Government purpose rights are not written in stone. They are set up for any contractor to come in and bear, I would say, a pretty light burden to show that the government isn't entitled to government purpose rights. If you look at the text of the amendment, there are 4 basic requirements that any contractor would have to show: a compliant assertions table, factual documentation of private development funding, clause-specific unlimited rights exclusions, and corresponding portion marks on the deliverables. This is not a heavy burden. It creates the level playing field and a streamlined process. It's not going to get us mired in. And so with that, I just hope everyone will take a look at the text of this amendment. It was carefully crafted, and I urge you all to support it. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Harrigan.
To the contention that this is going to have a chilling effect on the defense industrial base, it's only going to have a chilling effect to companies that are scared of accountability. We have a massive problem with cost and time overruns in the department. And what this amendment does is create an efficient and competitive environment through accountability. And I think that that makes for a stronger industrial base, not a weaker one. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Gentleman yields. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? Great. We will now have question occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Goodlander. So many as are in favor will say aye. So many as opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Does anybody request a recorded vote? No. Congratulations, Ms. Goodlander. We now consider log number 6626R2 by Mr. Ryan. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope we can have as rigorous a debate on this amendment, which I think has quite a lot at stake, and I would welcome all my colleagues to join. I was happy to stay here. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Stay here as late as we need on this one. This amendment is straightforward. It would prohibit the President and the Secretary of Defense from using my constituents, our constituents' tax dollars to continue waging his ill-conceived and unconstitutional war in Iran. And I think the timing is apt given this week, one of the few times in the history of this Congress, I'm proud that the House in a bipartisan manner spoke with the voice of the people with the War Powers Resolution that passed this week. Also this week, a top economist put the cost of this war to the American taxpayer at $100 billion. Let me repeat that, $100 billion. That breaks down to almost $1,000 per household in just 3 months. And for what? What is the return? 14 brave American service members killed, hundreds more injured, many very seriously and still hospitalized. My constituents, our constituents, cannot afford to fill up their car with gas, their tractors, and there's no fertilizer for our farmers. As of this week, gas prices in the United States are 43% higher than they were on February 27th before the President started this war, with no consultation with this committee or the Congress. And what does the President say? He says he doesn't think, actually, about how millions of Americans are tightening their budgets because of his war. This week, he said he was bored by the negotiations with the Iranians that are now unraveling. It's clear, and we've all been saying it through the posture hearings since day one, there has been no strategy and no clear endgame, and now 97 days in, our best case, which we're still not able to achieve, is a return to the status quo. We have a more extreme regime in Tehran. We have a blockade of a blockade with gas prices near $5. Yet the President and the Secretary of Defense, too many members of this committee seem to think our only option is to double down, to throw good money after bad. Spending $100 billion on this war is not a good enough reason to justify spending another $100 billion. The American people trust us to be the responsible stewards of their taxpayer dollars. That's what this amendment is about, not a single dollar more on this ill-conceived war. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes himself. As I've said before, the Iranian regime and its proxies have murdered Americans, attacked our allies, and terrorized the Middle East. They continue to do so even under the current ceasefire. This incredibly reckless amendment would prohibit our military from defending our service members and our allies against those attacks. I urge members to oppose the amendment. Any other members seek? Gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs is recognized. You need to turn your microphone. I want to hear everything you got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. So, unlike many of my colleagues here, this amendment has a direct effect on my constituents. I represent San Diego, the biggest military community in the country. It's my community and my generation that pays the heavy human cost of war, and it's happening again right now. 2,500 San Diego Marines are off the coast of Iran. Even more San Diegans have received 48-hour deployment notices. This is not theoretical. It's my constituents who are directly in harm's way because of President Trump's reckless, illegal, and unauthorized war in Iran. It's my constituents who might come home only in a flag-draped coffin. And right now, we need to think about them. Today marks day 98 of this war, 98 days of my constituents' lives being at risk, and 98 days of all of our constituents paying at the pump, at the grocery store, on their utility bills. The American people don't want this war. An overwhelming 60% of them are against it. And the House is against it too. Just yesterday, we voted to end this war by a margin of 215 to 208. We need to follow what the American people want and what the House has already voted to do, and prohibit funds for the war in Iran. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. A yes vote is a vote for our troops and a vote for the American people, who deserve a Congress who's willing to stand up for them. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Very succinct. I'm proud of you. We now recognize the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez. No pressure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Well, you know, I'll keep it short, but this war has been long. We're at day 97 of this unauthorized war that's economic despair. Ranchers in my district, small businesses all across the country facing higher cost. The latest Pentagon estimates that we got in this committee since the war started 3 weeks ago, $29 billion and counting. Now, I think honestly that we all know that figure is much, much higher. That is the definition of wasteful and reckless spending, which I would hope all of my colleagues in this committee room would oppose. In fact, with $29 billion, we could have fed 13 million hungry veterans or children. We could have completely overhauled CBP's cargo scanning and staffing at our ports of entry to stop fentanyl from flowing into our country. We could have boosted public safety by covering salaries for a year for hundreds of thousands of additional police officers, or buying every single law enforcement officer in the U.S. a bulletproof vest with funds still left over. The point is that the administration is engaged in wasteful and reckless spending with no authorization from Congress, continues to play games with the lives of American servicemen and women, and it fails to articulate today, till this day, a clear goal, an exit plan, or a strategy of how this senseless conflict is going to end. And so we're left here holding the bag for Americans with soaring gas prices and fertilizer prices, and an administration working just to get us back to where we were at the start of this conflict. That's basically, at this point, reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And so this war needs to end, and I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to listen to what their constituents are telling them at home, to stand up to their party leadership and take action to end this conflict so that we can refocus on things that matter to the American people here at home. Thank you, Mr. Ryan, for introducing this amendment. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. DeLuzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also support Mr. Ryan's amendment. I think this is clear. We just voted in the House this week to put a stop to the president's Iran war that the Congress never authorized in the first place. The amendment is crystal clear. It says we cannot have our government spend money in this war unless the Congress decides to declare war, unless the Congress decides to authorize war. In fact, the Congress, we here in the House, it's the opposite. And to the suggestion that this would somehow block the commander-in-chief or any commander from defending our troops, it's just not true. The bill, or the amendment that Mr. Ryan offered, specifically has an exception that there is nothing that would block spending money to defend our troops, our people from imminent attack. This is what we ought to be doing. It's what the people expect us to do. The cost of this war has been substantial. I think we ought to stand up for the Constitution, the American people, and put an end to the president's Iran war. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong disagreement with this amendment, and I would respectfully correct my colleague. This is not day 91 of this conflict. This is day 17,014 of this conflict, because that's how long ago Iran declared war on the United States of America when they took our embassy and hostages, including Kevin Hermaning, the youngest Marine, who is a very good friend of mine. He lives in the state of Wisconsin. The War Powers Concurrent Resolution that was passed yesterday was a travesty, and this is why. It is so ambiguous, it makes no sense at all. So, for instance, if there is an Iranian fast boat that attacks a United States naval vessel, we can defend ourselves against that vessel, meaning we could intercept a missile, but we can't attack the boat that launched the missile. If a ballistic missile is launched against our allies, we can help intercept the missile, but we can't attack the missile launch site that initiated the attack to begin with. And that's just not correct. That is not for us to decide. I spent my entire adult life at war, training for war, or training other people for war, and the Commander-in-Chief has a constitutional Article 2, Section 2 responsibility to make sure that they run that they're responsible for defending this nation as the Commander-in-Chief. So the concurrent resolution yesterday was irresponsible. This amendment, respectfully, sir, is irresponsible. We have to understand that we do have an oversight responsibility. If you look at how the Trump administration has been comporting this conflict, it adheres to the War Powers Resolution of 1973 to the T. And again, with this concurrent resolution, it's saying we're supposed to remove ourselves from imminent attack from Iran. So is Congress going to tell the Department of War where we're going to deploy forces? Because if this is followed, some of my colleagues voted for, and every Democrat, then all of the ships have to come out of the Persian Gulf. They can't go anywhere near Iran. That's in this concurrent resolution that people apparently didn't read yesterday. So we are not in the business of dictating disposition of forces. We are not in the business of dictating ROEs. They tried that in Vietnam through Lyndon Johnson, and a bunch of people got together, and it was a travesty. So I strongly encourage my colleagues to vote against this amendment because it goes directly against defending our military forces, our country, and our allies. It simply does. It's grossly irresponsible. Back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
I want to thank my colleague for the recent his comments. If only the President had come to us with those arguments at the outset before he declared his war of choice, we may very well be in support of what has happened. But he didn't. He simply took it upon himself without any authorization or any discussion that we're aware of here at the Congression, in this committee or any other committee, and decided he was going to go to war. Some 97 days ago. You said it's some 17,000 days ago. Well, he could have made that argument, but he didn't. And what he did was to try to lay out a justification which lasted about 12 hours, and then he tried another justification. And to this day, the reasons why we're at war keeps changing. There may very well be very good reasons to be at war with Iran, but we don't know. We were never told. The constitutional role of the Congress of the United States is Article 1, and Article 1 said that only the power to wage war is with the Congress. Yes, the President has the power to defend, but he didn't suggest that when he decided to go to war. He has, in fact, put the United States into a very serious quagmire in which he has not been able to extract himself. If you look at the situation in Iran, in the Persian Gulf, prior to the decision made by the President, his unilateral decision to go to war, the Strait of Hormuz was open, oil was flowing, there were negotiations underway the day before he decided to go to war to restrict, to eliminate the ability of Iran to have a nuclear weapon. In other words, to get rid of their highly enriched uranium or to prevent any further enrichment. Those negotiations were underway. And in fact, prior to his first presidency, the president entered office with the JCPOA in place, in which Iran was prohibited from enriching uranium. The president terminated, and Iran immediately began to enrich uranium. So where are we today? We are in a quagmire, and the president has yet to find a way to get out of it. I fully support any effort that's legitimate for the end of this war. We haven't seen it yet. We don't know what those negotiations are. One day they're good, the next day they're not. This amendment, this effort to regain our power is essential. And I would urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Gentleman's time's expired. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Vindman of Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the main question we have today is, are the American people better off now than before the war started? And the answer is simply no. This war has forced gas prices through the roof and grocery bills continue to skyrocket. This is not about whether Iran is a bad actor. We would be, I think, unanimous in that finding if this was the question at hand. This is about what we can achieve given how this war started and where we find ourselves today. And we find ourselves in a position where the Iranians have de facto control of the Strait of Hormuz. We're not talking seriously about whether we can end the Iranian nuclear program. And that's why I voted many times to end this war. This amendment would put our money where our mouth is. This war is costing hardworking families a lot of money every single day, and they deserve a break. And that's why I'm supporting legislation that would pause the gas tax that this war has caused to skyrocket. And that's why I'm supporting this amendment. Unfortunately, this administration has decided to start a war. It is a war of choice. Let nobody delude themselves that this is not a war of choice. And this administration owns the consequences. There's no good way out of this conflict right now. And the question is, do we throw good money after bad? And I hope those in this room today will vote on this amendment, siding with the American people, and now ending this chaotic conflict. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman goes back. Does any other member seek recognition? Dr. Conaway is recognized in New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in support of this amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act that prohibits the use of funds for military force in or against Iran. On April 29th, some 2 months into the war, this committee heard the Defense Department controller state that America had spent $25 billion on this conflict. Now, America has been at war for nearly 100 days, and the associated costs are estimated to be billions and billions higher. Now, this committee is currently spending priorities for the Department of Defense, and the American people have not received clear answers as to the war's cost from the President or the Department of Defense. And worse, there's no strategy for ending the war. Billions and billions of taxpayer dollars are being spent on this war, and the administration has not been transparent about the costs. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to stop any additional taxpayer money from being spent on this war. Let's get our troops home as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? No further debate. The question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Ryan. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, request a recorded vote, please.
Recorded votes requested, and recorded vote is ordered and postponed to a later time. We will now consider log number 6435R2 by Mr. Keating. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the
log
clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm deeply concerned about the threats of invasion of our NATO allies. More importantly, There are concerns expressed by our NATO allies themselves, both publicly and privately. So this amendment prohibits any funds authorized to be appropriated by this act to be used for an invasion of a NATO member country or NATO-protected territory. This will alleviate any doubts in the minds of our allies and reinforce the critical alliance that we have in place. NATO member states are some of our closest treaty allies. After 9/11, NATO invoked Article 5 of the Washington Treaty for the first and only time in history. They come to the defense of the United States at that time, and over 1,000 non-U.S. coalition soldiers were killed in Afghanistan fighting on behalf and with our U.S. military. Additionally, NATO serves as the greatest deterrent force we have against Russia and China. The alliance represents something Russia and China doesn't have, a group of like-minded allies who stand up for the values of freedom and democracy, which it makes our alliance so successful. Time and time again, we made it clear that any incursion in NATO territory would be backed up with the full might of the U.S. military. At the same time, any threats by the United States to invade NATO or NATO ally territory should be taken seriously and should be rejected. These threats are wrong, and they undermine not only NATO, but the entire transatlantic relationship. I want to thank, in particular, Representative Bacon for co-sponsoring the accompanying bill that mirrors this amendment, and I hope that both sides of the aisle can vote to support it. I hope that we can speak as one bipartisan voice in this markup, and that the U.S. is in support of NATO, that we're in support of its country's territories, and more importantly, that we are in support of one of the most strategic and historic relationships that the world has ever seen. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognizes himself. I have been a vigorous and vocal supporter of NATO. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to oppose this amendment. It would tie our military's hands in a crisis. If NATO ally were attacked and the alliance failed to reach consensus on Article 5, this amendment could prevent the United States from responding through a bilateral arrangement or a coalition of the willing. Worse still, if, for example, American service members came under fire in the Baltics, we'd be left waiting for lawyers, bureaucrats, and foreign governments to debate NATO treaty obligations before coming to their aid. That does nothing to strengthen NATO. All it does is create uncertainty about our ability to defend allies and protect American troops in Europe. Therefore, I must oppose the amendment. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? There being no further debate, the question is called on this amendment offered by Mr. Keating. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In opinion, you hear the noes have it. Does Mr. Keating
Chair,
wish
I
a
ask for
recorded
roll call
vote?
vote.
He does. A recorded vote is ordered and deferred to a later time. We will now consider log number 6137R1 by Mr. Keating. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek
I have an
recognition?
amendment at the desk, logs.
Will the clerk
137.
please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I continue to be concerned about the boat strikes which are taking place in the Eastern Pacific. So my amendment requires the public release of unclassified versions of videos, photographs, and audio recordings of the 3 boat strike incidents in the Eastern Pacific I'll reference. On January 20th, 2026, the fishing vessel Fialora lost communication about 250 miles off Ecuador. According to public reporting, a U.S. aircraft, a UAV, and a blue patrol ship followed the vessel for 3 days. The boat has gone missing, and its 8 crew members remain missing. On March 17th, 2026, the vessel Negra Francisca Duarte II was struck by a UAV near the Galapagos Islands in Ecuador. Survivors report being hooded, handcuffed, and held for 18 hours on the deck of a patrol ship bearing the word "Spear" on its hull. Survivors then report being transferred to El Salvador and repatriated to Ecuador. On March 26, 2026, the Dawn was struck by a UAV about 750 miles north of Manta, Ecuador. Survivors allege again being hooded and held for 8 days by U.S. forces before transfer to El Salvador and a subsequent repatriation to Ecuador. The U.S. has not acknowledged any involvement in these alleged strikes. However, there's no other country in the region engaged in this kind of egregious behavior of extrajudicial killings that are occurring. This amendment, 6137, requires the release of unclassified versions of videos, photographs, and audio recordings of these incidents. You know, if the U.S. wasn't involved and there are no videos, photographs, or recordings, then they should have no problem. In fact, they should welcome this opportunity for transparency. If the U.S. was involved, there's no reason that the videos and photos from these incidents should remain shrouded in secrecy. I hope the amendment is successful, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes himself. This amendment is based on 3 alleged boat strikes that the Department of Defense and Southcom have stated did not occur. The Department's response is straightforward. Regarding the alleged, quote, regarding the alleged boarding of an Ecuadorian vessel named Don Maca, the U.S. did not board the Don Maca and conducted no kinetic strikes against it. The Ecuadorian government has publicly stated that the U.S. had no involvement in this incident. Regarding an incident on January 20th involving a vessel named Fiorella, the Department is unaware of any strikes against such a vessel and did not conduct strikes against any vessel on January 20th. Regarding an alleged incident on March 17th involving a vessel named Francisca, the Department is unaware of any strikes against such vessel and did not conduct any strikes against any vessel on March 17th, close quote. It's clear these strikes did not occur, and I will have to oppose the amendment. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? Seeing none, there's no further debate. The question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Keating. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, noes have it. Does Mr. Keating want a recorded vote? No. The amendment fails. Mr. Keating, we will now consider log number 6096, R3 by Mr. Keating. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? Reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this amendment, unlike your concerns with the last amendment, Mr. Chairman, is clear-cut. There is evidence, and the U.S. has acknowledged responsibility. So this is different than the concern just expressed in the last amendment. I'm concerned about the second strike that took place last year off the coast of Venezuela. Simply stated, my amendment requires the public release of the infamous double-tap strike on helpless individuals in September of 2025. The administration has engaged in a reckless boat strike campaign off the coast of Venezuela and the Eastern Pacific. It was justified first that it was to stop fentanyl coming into our country that are killing Americans. Fact is, there's no fentanyl coming from Venezuela. Then it was suggested it was to curb the use of cocaine coming into the U.S. Fact is, almost all the cocaine coming from Colombia through Venezuela in that area goes to Europe, where the price is much higher on that cocaine. And in fact, a recent study that was released in the U.S. showed no reduction at all in the use of cocaine since these occurred. I believe the boat strikes are illegal and amount to extrajudicial killings. Now, after another strike last night, these attacks have killed at least 207 people. At a minimum, the administration's approach runs counter to decades of long understanding that the United States uses civilian law enforcement to interdict drugs being trafficked in the United States. As a district attorney, I worked with the DA on these kind of things. Last year, the administration tweeted out the video of a first strike. On September 1st, in subsequent months, public reporting indicated that Secretary Hegseth authorized the now infamous second strike, killing 2 additional people who were clinging to a burning vessel following the first strike. The administration had no problem releasing the first strike video. Secretary Hegseth came before this committee and made clear the video of the first strike did not expose any sources or methods which would require additional classification. A similar video on the second strike would neither. The administration has been unwilling to publicly release an unclassified version of the second strike. You know, members of this committee that saw the video in classified setting found it troubling and disturbing. I talked to them privately, on both sides of the aisle, and they were really concerned not only with what happened, it's a textbook violation of a war crime, but secondly, our textbook, by the way, the DOD textbook, and it's a norm that could endanger our own service members by actions of other countries in the future. I believe the American people should see this video so the country can better understand the scope and nature of this boat strike campaign. So this amendment would require the administration to release the second strike video, as they have done with dozen other strikes that have been publicly released. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I know there's a concern. I remember the conversation.
Gentleman's time
and I hope
has
that
expired.
this amendment is successful.
I recognize myself. Operation Southern Spear is stopping drug traffickers before they reach our shores. Congress should be focused on supporting that mission, not second-guessing our service members by demanding the public release of operational footage. Moreover, the committee has heard already from the department and the operational commanders on this strike. We have also already adopted another of this gentleman's amendments, which requires the DoD IG to publicly release the unclassified findings of its review of these boat strikes. This amendment is duplicative, unnecessary, and I urge members to oppose it. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? Young lady from California, and then the ranking member. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been over 9 months since the U.S. killed 2 men off the coast of Venezuela who were, by the textbook definition, shipwrecked, unarmed, and clinging to the wreckage of their boat after we had already struck it once. And in all that time, this administration has still failed to present a shred of public evidence that the people on the boats were who they say they were. No evidence of drugs, no evidence of cartel membership, no names, no due process, no legal framework that withstands even the most basic scrutiny. Just grainy videos, weird truth social posts, and press releases pushing propaganda. Even if Congress had authorized every single one of these strikes, which, reminder, we have not, they would still be extrajudicial killings because the people being targeted are not combatants. They are not members of a foreign military, and they haven't been charged, tried, or convicted of a crime. And a really important reminder, drug smuggling is not a capital crime in the United States. We do not execute people for drug trafficking. We prosecute them. And we've proven that we have the capabilities to do that. The Coast Guard routinely boards, searches, and arrests people in international waters. This is pure presidential overreach, and it demands congressional oversight. This amendment requires the Pentagon to give this committee the full record of the illegal double-tap strike and to produce an unclassified version for the public. I've seen the video. Most of us have seen the video. The American people deserve to see what this administration is illegally using our military for. I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
Gentlelady yields back. Ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the most important thing about this video is there is nothing classified about it. There is no argument, there is no debate that there's anything in this video that we have all seen that should not be released. They have released dozens at this point of videos of boat strikes in a whole bunch of different areas, and yet they refuse to release this one. Why? Because if the public sees it, they cannot defend it. All right? So I don't agree with the chairman's point, well, if it's classified, sure, but it's not. You know, it's 2 people clinging to wreckage, getting blown up. Now, you know, you're not going to show where it's coming from, what, you know, munition, all that. They're withholding this video because they know it's indefensible. And that is completely wrong. We should be transparent about what we're doing. If this is righteous, as everyone says it is, put it out there and let's have the conversation. What is the Secretary afraid of? He's afraid of what was clearly, in my view, a strike that should not have happened. And we need to have accountability for this. We've had this conversation in other contexts. Secretary Hegseth does not seem to believe in rules of engagement or any sort of effort to reduce civilian harm and limit casualties. He's made this very clear in comment after comment after comment. I think it undermines the credibility and the value, the credibility of our military and the values of our country and our military. So it should be out there. It's also worth noting that these boat strikes continue without legal authority. And yes, I've seen the legal memo that attempted to justify this, but I associate myself with Ms. Jacobs' remarks. By any previous legal analysis, there's no way that blowing up drug smugglers in the middle of the ocean is a legitimate military target, legitimate military strike. And the other thing that people need to think about, we've been doing this now for, gosh, where are we at now? 8 months, 9 months, something like that. It has had no noticeable impact on the drug trade in the United States of America. There was just a long article. They're blowing up cocaine. Again, this has nothing to do with fentanyl. All of the drugs that are involved here are every little bit as available today as they were when this started. and the drug cartels that we're attempting to go after, they're still operating, they're still moving forward. It's not effective, it's legally indefensible, and this particular boat strike, I believe, violated our rules and our laws. It ought to be made public, and there ought to be accountability for it. So I thank Mr. Keating for offering the amendment, and I support it.
Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Binman of Virginia.
Thank you, Chairman. So let's be clear what we're talking about here. We're talking about transparency. If the Department of Defense has nothing to hide, then release the tapes. If the Department of Defense violated the law of armed conflict, then the American people have a right to know. If it broke the law, there should be accountability. Now, from my own experience as a JAG prosecutor and many years of experience advising commanders on operational law and the Geneva Conventions, I was alarmed by the footage, found the conduct to fall below what was expected of an American warrior, and I would have found that there is sufficient probable cause to charge those responsible with a crime under the UCMJ. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We hear certain buzzwords about illegal strikes and unauthorized, and words mean things. Sailors, maybe they're narco-terrorists. I just find it interesting that under the Obama administration, there were 542 drone strikes authorized, and they weren't members of any foreign military, and 3,700, by the best estimates, 3,797 lives were taken, I think probably justifiably. And, certain members seemed to have any problem with that, and we're talking about 63 strikes on the narco-terrorists and maybe 200 lives taken. So I just think that this is very inconsistent. And you want to talk about the attack on the homeland, when we're losing, at one point in time, we were losing 80,000 Americans to drug overdoses due to not sailors, but narco-terrorists. I yield back.
Does any other member seek recognition on Mr. Keating's amendment? Seeing none, there is no further debate on and the question does occur on the amendment offered by Mr. Keating. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I would like a roll call.
Roll call vote is requested and ordered. Yep. We'll vote on that at a later time. Now we have Ms. Jacobs, log number 6819. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentlelady for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would prohibit the Pentagon from providing civilian law enforcement agencies with reimbursable support if they have already provided up to $250 million worth of support that has not been paid back. This is pretty simple. If you don't pay your bill, you shouldn't get to keep running up the tab. The Pentagon's own reprogramming requests show this administration has already diverted at least $2 billion from the Pentagon to DHS's immigration enforcement operations. These funds have never been reimbursed. And DHS is not short of money. It just received an unprecedented $170 billion for immigration enforcement, giving ICE a budget larger than any other law enforcement agency in the country and larger than many countries' entire militaries. DHS can afford to pay the Pentagon back. It simply hasn't. And DHS was given $10 billion in last year's reconciliation bill specifically for reimbursement. We have no idea where that money went, but it certainly has not gone to the benefit of service members. Because let's be clear about what that $2 billion was taken from. Roughly $1 billion of it came out of barracks repairs. More came out of training and out of elementary schools that serve the children of our service members. We are literally taking money from the schools where military kids learn and the barracks where our service members sleep and handing a blank check to DHS. And this committee should not keep letting it happen. This is hurting our military readiness. ICE is now the best funded law enforcement agency in the country, and it still isn't paying. Meanwhile, we're pulling combat certified units like the 10th Mountain Division off their missions to backfill immigration work. The unpaid tab is how this committee quietly subsidizes that. Our troops should be ready for the missions they were trained for. not diverted into immigration operations that have never been paid back. My amendment is a straightforward fix. DHS needs to settle their debt before any more support can be provided. And my colleagues shouldn't pretend they are supporting our troops as a backdoor to getting more funding for unpopular immigration enforcement that they are too afraid to vote on its own. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chairman recognizes himself. The gentlewoman is correct. The department is currently waiting on reimbursement from DHS. Reimbursements have been delayed because the funding DHS had to make these reimbursements with was needed to pay the salaries of TSA and other DHS employees during the DHS shutdown. Fortunately, now that DHS is funded and with the imminent passage of the reconciliation bill for ICE and CBP, Secretary Mullen and Hegseth are working to quickly address this situation. In the interim, this amendment would prevent the DoD from continuing to provide critical support to secure the southern border. For that reason, and only that reason, I urge the members to oppose the amendment. Does anybody else seek recognition on the gentlelady from Washington? Ms. Strickland is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a conversation about repaying the debt that you owe and your bills. And this is a very reasonable amendment that's being made. They've been using this money, and it's hurting the Department of Defense. As mentioned earlier, Army exercises and activities were being canceled, and the quality of life issues that we want to address so badly were not being addressed because of this. So I support this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? Seeing none, there's no further debate. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Jacobs. So many as in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote is requested and ordered and postponed to a later time. We will now consider log number 6816R3 by Ms. Jacobs. For what purposes does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlelady for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
My amendment would prohibit the use of force in or against Mexico. Unlike literally every single one of my Republican colleagues on this committee, I actually represent a border community. So I can tell you exactly what the use of force in or against Mexico would mean. It wouldn't solve any problems, and it would create immediate and permanent backlash with Mexico. Critical cooperation that happens every day on issues from trade to tourism to counterterrorism to cross-border pollution. There is no military solution to the cartels. For them, this is business, and bullets won't change their calculus. In fact, a militarized approach could lead to more deaths, more instability, and a deeper entrenchment of cartel power. There's no military solution to address the fentanyl crisis. Instead, we need to invest in treatment, prevention, and the kind of diplomacy and law enforcement cooperation that actually disrupts trafficking networks. And there's no military solution to migration. People are leaving their homes and fleeing for their lives because of violence, drought, and crop failure due to climate change, and governments that can't protect them. None of those issues get solved with the use of force. Instead, they would get worse. Mexico is one of our country's most important relationships, not just in San Diego, but all across the U.S.-Mexico border. People cross every day for their jobs, for trade, for school, for healthcare, and more. We should never, ever risk that relationship for a war that won't have any benefits, only consequences for the American people. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. I yield back.
Yep. Chair now, waiting on staff. Yeah, I was really impressed, so I just wanted to think about it. Chair now recognizes himself. This amendment is misguided and undermines our national security. Mexico routinely invites U.S. forces to train alongside its military and share intelligence to counter cartels and other transnational threats. These missions strengthen the security of both nations and support our shared fight against drug trafficking and terrorist organizations. This amendment will block that critical U.S.-Mexico policy cooperation. The only ones that benefit from this amendment are the narco-terrorists. I urge members to oppose it. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? Seeing none, there's no further debate. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Jacobs. So many as in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Tenant Chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote is requested and ordered and postponed to a later time. We will now consider log number 6623 by Mr. Ryan of New York. For what purposes, the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk, please distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is about ensuring free and fair elections, which has been a bedrock for 250 years, of course, of our nation. Everyone knows, it's longstanding for all of those years, it has been a federal crime to deploy troops to polling sites. Specifically, 18 U.S. Code, Section 592, in very plain English says it is a federal crime for any federal official, military, or civilian to order, bring, or keep troops or armed men at a polling place during an election. Also, related to that, 18 U.S. Code 593 makes interference by armed forces in an election a crime, and 18 U.S. Code 594 makes voter intimidation a crime, punishable, by the way, for up to 5 years in prison and disqualification from serving in federal office. Unfortunately, in the last few years, there's a lot of evidence to give us concern that this longstanding commitment to free and fair elections is now in question. And I want to talk about two components to essentially the potential of what would be a grave federal crime. The first is intention, the second is capability. When it comes to intention, unfortunately, there's a long documented record of the current president talking about, making threats, and reported plans as well to interfere in elections. Very recently, he said he would, quote, nationalize the voting, arguing that certain states, up to 15, were running crooked elections. When asked directly whether he would send the National Guard or federal agents to polling places in November 2026, the president said, "I'd do anything necessary to make sure we have honest," whatever that means, elections. This is not hypothetical, though. We have past history from his first term. On many occasions, in speech and in writing, the president said one of his biggest regrets from 2020 was not directing the National Guard to seize voting machines. He's not at all hiding his intentions and telling us exactly what he plans to do. We also have, of course, a secretary who is, despite being asked point blank whether he would participate in what would be a federal crime, has refused to say that he would not follow those orders. What this amendment does, and I know I'm running out of time, is gets at the capability component. The intent is clear, but the capability has been lacking until the president introduced Executive Order 14339 last year at the beginning of his term. This creates a requirement to stand up specialized units in each of the state's guard forces that I think would be used in what the president talked about just last month as, quote, his election integrity army. This resolution, this amendment blocks the ability to fund.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair now recognizes himself. My colleagues appear to be upset that President Trump is succeeding in cleaning up D.C. It's not complicated. Stronger law enforcement and stronger police presence prevents crime. I'm baffled my colleagues don't want to help crack down on crime in our major cities. I urge opposition to this amendment. Does any other member seek recognition? Gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Strickland is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a conversation about what this administration is capable of and the type of rhetoric that's been used to talk about elections or election fraud. The United States does not have an election fraud problem. We have an election participation problem. 90 million people did not vote in 2024. I would like to yield back the balance of my time to Mr. Ryan.
I thank my colleague. Just to briefly finish the initial description, again, the capability is well documented. The intention of this president from both his first term and in this term is clear. What had been lacking was sort of a specialized force to do this with until the introduction of this executive order. To your concern, Mr. Chair, the forces deployed to the D.C., which I've mostly seen hanging around and picking up trash, I think most of my colleagues would agree, those weren't actually deployed under EO 14339. This is a different group of guard forces, and these are being stood up as we speak, as directed. The concern would be this is a new capability with the intent already proven to interfere. And as I said, just last month, the president posted on Truth Social his plans to have an election integrity army. Look, again, these are things that I don't think any of us thought we would ever have to deal with. I certainly never imagined to hear that language from any president of the United States of any party, but that is the reality. So until we can get more verification of what these forces would be for and what they're not for, until we can have a secretary who will actually say, if I got an unlawful order to commit a federal crime from this president, I wouldn't do it, then I think it's reasonable to say no funds in this bill for this year should go to further the development of this capability under Executive Order 14339. And I yield back to Ms. Strickland.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Strickland?
I yield back.
Ms. Strickland yields back. Before I go to Mr. Whitesides, I wholeheartedly agree with Ms. Strickland's observation about voter participation in this country. As an American, it deeply embarrasses and bothers me that the overwhelming majority of Americans do not bother to vote in our elections. But now we'll recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Whitesides.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support Mr. Ryan's amendment, and I want to speak to why it matters. In October 2025, a leaked Pentagon memo revealed that the National Guard was building a force of some 23,500 troops, or 500 per state, trained in crowd control and civil disturbance, equipped with tasers, pepper spray, batons, and body shields, with orders to be operational by January 1st, 2026. As one National Guardsman familiar with the plans put it, quote, "We've never had a National Guard quick reaction force before. This is different because we're essentially establishing a unit to respond to civilian activities," unquote. We've already seen these forces deployed into American cities. Last year, the White House sent thousands of National Guard troops into our state, California, a move that was estimated to cost the American people $111 million. It set a dangerous precedent, and it happened fast. Now, the president has refused to rule out sending these same forces to specific states during an election. A 23,500 troop domestic rapid response force, trained in crowd control, pre-positioned in every state with no statutory authorization and no congressional guardrails, could be the infrastructure for election year intimidation. This amendment would cut off that funding entirely, and I urge support. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Ryan for bringing this amendment forward. It's really important. From time to time, we do leave these august facilities and we go home. Every time I go to my district, the first question I'm asked is about election integrity. It's on everybody's mind back home. And I suspect that Republicans or Democrats are getting the same thing. And what we have presented to us by Mr. Ryan and Mr. Whitesides is the evidence that there very well could be a disruption of the election process by the deployment of National Guard troops, fully armed, fully capable of engaging in war adjacent to the voting places across America and certainly around California. This would be a very serious challenge to our democracy. We already know that the president has several tens of thousands of troops already, otherwise known as ICE agents. They might very well also be deployed around processes. All the the chairman rightly raised the question a moment ago about the vast number of Americans that do not vote, and that is a problem. But you begin to find situations in which people fear that ICE agents, or in this case, military personnel, are on the streets next to the voting machine, voting processes. They're going to stay home. They may travel and they'll go, oh no, I'm not going to go there. I don't need that piece of trouble. This is a very serious problem. And I know that my constituents, and I would render a guess, that your constituents also share this concern. This amendment would make it impossible for those troops to be deployed for the purposes, whatever the president has in mind, but the result would be to drive down voter participation. Mr. Ryan, thank you for the amendment. I think it's very important. With that, I yield back.
Ms. Jacobs of California.
Thank you. Before Congress, I worked at the State Department and the UN. I spent years working in fragile countries, countries where elections were contested and often violent. And in those countries where democracy was new or backsliding, it became normal to see uniformed service members in places that should always belong to civilians. On ordinary street corners, outside protests, near polling places, the military moved into civilian life and people learned to live under its watch. So right now, we are not talking about a warning from history. This is a warning from right in front of our faces. We know what that looks like in practice because the Pentagon has already written it down. In October, the National Guard Bureau issued a set of memos carrying out the president's executive order to stand up rapid response forces. They direct more than 23,000 troops, roughly 500 per state, trained in batons, shields, and pepper spray, a quarter of them ready to move within 8 hours, all of them within a day. That is not disaster response. That is a standing force built to put soldiers on American streets. This amendment is straightforward. It prohibits the use of funds to establish, maintain, or provide resources to quick reaction forces of the National Guard, as described in Donald Trump's executive order that called on the Secretary of Defense to prepare a quick reaction force for nationwide deployment. For nearly 150 years, the Posse Comitatus Act has stood for a simple idea. The military serves and protects the Constitution, not any party, and it does not police its own people. That principle is part of what separates a free country from the governments I used to work in. Some of my colleagues will say the Posse Comitatus Act doesn't even apply to the National Guard, and that is exactly what worries me. This is a force engineered to operate in the gap, to put soldiers on American streets while sidestepping the one law written to stop it. The answer to a loophole in the principle is to drive a standing army through it. This committee should not fund a standing force that the president can point at American cities whenever he wants. This decision would especially hurt people of color, immigrants, and people who've already been involved in the criminal justice system the most. And we also shouldn't be putting our military in this position in the first place. I know we all care about our troops and their well-being, and this is not what they signed up to do. It erodes the trust that civilians place in them, and it's the kind of mission that does lasting harm to civil-military relations. This amendment protects the military and it protects our communities. It protects the basic idea that in this country, Americans live free of soldiers in our streets. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? If there's no further debate, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Ryan, 6623. So many are in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed
Mr. Chair, request to record a vote, please.
A recorded vote is ordered. This recorded vote will be postponed until later. We will now consider number 6722 by Mr. DeLuzio. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without further objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment, though I will have to withdraw because of a lack of waiver from other committees here. But this amendment would update and reform the Insurrection Act of 1807, which, as you can imagine, is long overdue for updates and reforms. I've wanted to amend and update the Insurrection Act when Joe Biden was president. I want to update and amend it now that Donald Trump is president. I will continue to want to update and amend it until we can make this happen. As folks here know, the Insurrection Act gives incredibly broad authority to any president to deploy troops for domestic law enforcement with or without the request of a state's governor. And I think we need to have clearer guardrails and oversight over that process for any president. But as I said, we'll have to withdraw because of a lack of waiver. And before I do that, though, Mr. Chairman, I will recognize and yield a minute to Ms. Jacobs of California.
Thank you, Congressman DeLuzio, for your partnership on this issue. This isn't a hypothetical situation anymore. In spite of the governor's objections, President Trump forcibly federalized and deployed or attempted to deploy National Guard troops in LA, Portland, Chicago, and DC, and he's not done. He's threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act, a 219-year-old law that's so vague, broad, and ripe for abuse that it's basically a blank check. It's supposed to be a rarely used exception, but this president has never seen a precedent he won't break. It's never been met for what this president could do: crush dissent, intimidate immigrant communities, and deploy armed soldiers in cities that don't want them and don't need them. And as a reminder, before this committee, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, agreed with me that there is currently no military invasion on our southern border that would justify invoking this law. Our amendment would fix these problems and bring the statute into the 21st century to respect the rights of the American people and prevent an abuse of power. I wish that we were able to get it done tonight, and I yield back to Congressman DeLuzio.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Mr. Chairman, I will yield back, and as I say, I will offer and withdraw the amendment in light of the lack of waiver.
The chair thanks the gentleman for withdrawing the amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider number 6479 by Mr. Goodlander. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
And will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. The now recognize Ms. Goodlander.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am offering this amendment, which I reluctantly withdraw due to waiver issues, but I want to speak to it briefly because this amendment is very straightforward. It would prohibit senior Pentagon officials from owning or trading individual stocks, and it would also prohibit those same senior officials from participating in prediction markets. Under this amendment, covered officials would be required to divest from these holdings within 180 days while remaining free to invest broadly in diversified funds, retirement accounts, and other widely held investments. The goal of this amendment is simple and critical. Eliminate conflicts of interest, eliminate the appearance of impropriety, root out waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption from within the Pentagon. The American people place enormous trust in the leaders of the Department of Defense. That trust depends on an assurance that senior Pentagon officials are going to put the public interest ahead of personal profit in all decisions that they make. No American should have to wonder whether a decision is being made or being influenced by personal profit interests. And this is why this amendment is so critical. It would eliminate this possibility by placing a reasonable, clear prohibition on this kind of activity. This is not going to go too far. This isn't going to prohibit investing altogether. It's not going to require anyone to abandon retirement planning, but it is going to restore public trust at a moment when it has been undermined like never before. So for these reasons, I reluctantly withdraw the amendment due to waiver issues, but hope we can work together to find a way to get this across the finish line in other avenues. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Okay, now that the gentlelady's withdrawn, does the gentleman from Wisconsin still wish to speak?
Briefly.
Yes, gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a phrase, physician, heal thyself. Before we start dictating to other branches of the government whether or not they should be able to trade individual stocks, I think we need to do that to ourselves. It's absolutely absurd. Members of this body come here, make decisions over billions and billions of dollars, and they walk out here multimillionaires. I have made a personal pledge, and I'm sticking to it. I will not buy, sell, or trade an individual stock as a member of Congress, and I think that needs to become law. So I'd like to work with you to get that done with us first, and then we can talk about other branches. Good? Yield.
Gentleman yields. The chair thanks the gentlelady for withdrawing her amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We now will consider log number 6459 by Ms. Goodlander. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. I reserve a point of order, and the chair now recognizes the gentlelady to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment, the Shutdown Fairness and Defense Workforce Protection Act, because I believe in the basic principle that when Congress doesn't do its job, when we don't pass a budget, our men and women in uniform, our defense workforce, should not pay the price. No public servant in this country should be forced to work without a paycheck. This bill would right this wrong. I understand that there are waiver and scoring issues in connection with this bill. I hope that we can all work together to make sure that, number one, we are passing budgets on time and working together to do just that, but that in the event of any shutdown, we do not put our men and women in uniform or anybody serving in a position of public trust in a position where they are being forced to work without pay. It's just dead wrong, and thank the chairman for his indulgence on this amendment. I reluctantly withdraw it, but hope we can all work together to correct this problem in our law.
The chair thanks the gentlelady for withdrawing her amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider log number 5732 by Ms. Houlihan. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. The gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It also occurs to me at this time with the minutes that I have that it's useful to bring to the attention to the American people what's happening in this committee right now at this time. Offers of amendment are being made and withdrawn. Why is this happening? It's happening because we are running into problems that these things that we're proposing cost something, or we're running into problems that there are committees of jurisdiction that are not giving us permission to be able to talk about these issues. And the result for the American people is that we are not going to be able to legislate on these really, really important issues of voter security or whether or not we trade in stocks. And it's really at the disadvantage and the tragedy of the American people that this happens. And I guess I'm disappointed and saddened because this committee, the Armed Services Committee, is one of the very few committees that actually passes a piece of legislation every year. And I would implore the other committees of jurisdiction and the places that make decisions about spending to allow the very few things that get through this constipated Congress to be able to get through Congress. And I'm really disappointed with the fact that so many good ideas are dying on the vine here. This one that I'm going to be offering, I will also withdraw. It has to do with the fact that the DoD has a history not just of listening to things like the CDC, but also to be listening to things like the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Medical Association that give advice to us when we make decisions about whether we will be vaccinated or not. We want to make sure that everybody is still able to have access to the advice that allows them to make good decisions about vaccinations. We know that vaccinations are an essential public good and that everybody benefits when vaccines are widely available. This amendment will simply codify what is already happening, which is ensuring that medical organizations who are utilized in TRICARE's determination are allowed to be utilized. Unfortunately, I did not get the necessary waivers from other committees for me to be able to move forward with this. And so unfortunately, I will have to withdraw this very important amendment, which helps people to be able to understand the science that is behind vaccination. But I implore TRICARE to continue to follow the science that is included in these professional medical organizations in their recommended guidance to their patients and to their children. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair thanks the gentlelady for withdrawing her amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider log number 6309 by Mr. Courtney. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The clerk has an amendment at the desk.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment, clerk will disperse the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment, and the gentleman is now recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is going to be an offer and withdraw. It's a simple amendment. Unfortunately, not able to proceed today would restart a longstanding successful process at DOD to issue mitigation review permits for wind power projects all across the country, both on land and at sea. For over 15 years, as a result of an act of Congress, the Military Aviation and Installation Assurance Siting Clearinghouse was established to review wind projects to make sure that their operation did not interfere with military aviation or radars. In cases where there might be issues that cause aviation problems or radar interference, the clearinghouse negotiates and executes mitigation review that resolves any conflict. It has worked successfully for years, but unfortunately, the office, with no explanation, has not signed a mitigation agreement since August 2025, which has paralyzed installation of over 130 land-based wind projects across 25 states that would provide 30 gigawatts of new electricity generation capacity with approximately $50 billion in associated capital investment that has been put at risk. This de facto moratorium of mitigation review by DOD is costing Americans construction jobs, and it's also costing us expansion of energy capacity. This amendment would restart the process that has been arbitrarily shut down, establish a project application timeline of 9 months. At a time of high energy prices, wind power offers a homegrown opportunity to expand supply, which will help lower costs for millions of Americans. This very successful program at DOD should be restarted immediately to grow Made in America energy capacity. Unfortunately, we did not get a waiver from the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee because of an FAA touch that the bill involves and the amendment involves. So again, I would ask that the amendment be withdrawn.
The chair thanks the gentleman for withdrawing the amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider log number 6253 by Mr. Crow. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. The gentleman is recognized to describe his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, America is strong not just because we have some of the best and brightest that sign up to serve, and not just because we have aircraft carrier battle groups, and not just because we have fighter wings and bombers. But America is strong because we have friends and partners. And you only need to ask our adversaries about that strength, because they desperately want the alliance networks and the friends and the partners that we have. And in fact, they have tried to duplicate our alliances and our partners. But to have friends means that we need to be a friend, and it means that we need to actually keep our promises to those when they have been with us and stood with us. There's no clearer illustration of that than our Afghan partners and friends who fought with us, served with us, died with us, bled with us over our 20-plus years in Afghanistan. These are men and women, military and military, who served with us as interrogators, as guides, as interpreters, as logistics support, as drivers, did so at great personal peril to themselves and their family. Many of them gave their lives. And today they sit here in hiding, running from the Taliban, trying to figure out how they can escape the brutal dictatorship and the rule of the Taliban, their once and always adversary. It is a moral imperative that America stand by our allies and our partners and keep the promises to those who have made a promise, that if you stand with us, we will stand with you. But it's also a national security imperative. How are we going to do operations? How are we going to work in the future? Every time we work overseas, we work with local forces and local nationals. If those folks don't know we will have their back, they will not help us. This amendment is simple. It extends the special immigrant visa program, our primary mechanism to provide support and to help our friends escape tyranny and to keep that promise. I was unable to secure the waivers from the chairs of the other relevant committees, so I regretfully am going to have to withdraw this amendment. But before I do so, I'd like to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman, this pile of letters from American veterans, Afghan veterans and their families in support of our Afghan partners and our special immigrant visa program.
And so admitted.
And also my good friend Don Bacon, who has worked tirelessly to help keep this promise. We are leading a letter seeking answers from the administration about the implementation of this program. I'd encourage my colleagues to join this letter to make sure we are keeping that promise. So please, I implore you, let's do the right thing by those who have stood with us. And with that, I yield back, Chairman.
The chair thanks the gentleman for withdrawing this worthy amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. Is there further debate? But not, and so a very worthy amendment withdrawn, and the point of order is withdrawn. We will now consider log number 6873. Mr. Garamendi, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? R1.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last several amendments have all come to the same end, and that is offer and withdraw. Mine, too, will fit that pattern. Earlier today, in fact, what seems like so long ago, the chairman opened this hearing with a discussion of the future of America's Navy and our maritime industry. There is a piece of legislation that's been bouncing around called the Ships Act. Basic to the Ships Act is an American law, a law that's been in America for almost a century now, and that's the Jones Act.
Harder and harder for me to get up.
In a discussion we had in the T&I subcommittee, maritime subcommittee, it became apparent that the current Jones Act waiver is a result of a decision made by the Secretary of Defense to put that waiver forward. It's broad and significantly harms the American maritime industry, but does significantly help the Chinese. In fact, a Chinese ship is now operating in American waters, transporting fuel from the Gulf to New England. That ship is owned by the Chinese military. So what we were trying to do in that committee was to push the Jones Act waiver aside, or at least require a very clear reason why there would be a waiver. No such reason has been given by the Secretary of Defense that has issued the present waivers. This amendment would go to that issue. Unfortunately, the T&I Committee, Transportation Infrastructure Committee, sees this as their turf, and indeed it is, but has become the turf of this committee because the waivers are implemented by the Department of Defense, or issued by the Department of Defense, without any real detailed justification for it, or justification for why allowing the Chinese military ships to be used in American waters. Anyway, it may be time to wrap this up in the next 34 seconds and simply say we should pay attention to this, and undoubtedly we will with the floor amendment. With that, I yield back and
does the gentleman withdraw? He withdraws. The chair thanks the gentleman for withdrawing the amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider log number 6803R1 by Mr. Tran. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order. The gentleman is recognized to describe his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 weeks ago, Secretary Cao testified to the Senate Appropriations Committee that a package of foreign military sales to Taiwan have been paused to ensure that the Department of Defense has enough munitions for their war of choice in Iran. This package, which has already been negotiated and agreed upon by Congress and the White House, is essential to Taiwan's ability to maintain their defense and threats by Beijing. The delay or withholding of this package or any assets to our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific is a serious concern. Deterrence in the Indo-Pacific is a delicate balance, and preventing conflict is essential not only to U.S. national security, but also to global stability. Unfortunately, this is not the first time the administration has redirected assets from the Indo-Pacific to the Middle East to support the war in Iran. I urge my colleagues and the administration to remember that China is the pacing threat and that a diminished U.S. presence in the Indo-Pacific poses a direct threat to Americans and our allies. The U.S. hesitating on our commitments to our allies and partners and prioritizing other conflicts only emboldens Beijing to expand their influence and exert their will. This amendment will ensure that the U.S. keeps our word and keeps our eye on the ball. Unfortunately, I was not able to secure a waiver from the Foreign Affairs Committee on this, so I withdraw the amendment and I yield back.
Gentleman, thanks to the gentleman for withdrawing his amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider log number 5764R1 by Mr. Kuda. For what purposes, gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment, and the gentlelady is recognized to describe her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would allow the Department of Defense to enter into multi-year contracts and pay a premium for medicines that are not dependent on the People's Republic of China for their ingredients or production. Unfortunately, because it increases mandatory spending, it cannot be considered here today. But before I withdraw it, I want to make a larger point. For years, we've held hearings, we've commissioned studies, we've asked agencies and departments to examine the problem. Yet we remain dangerously dependent on China for many of the drugs our service members may need in combat and in crisis. Antibiotics, pain medications, clotting agents, and other life-saving medicines. At some point, we have to stop waiting for another report or another committee and start taking action. We all understand the strategic risk of depending on our adversary for rare earth minerals. Why would we accept the same vulnerability for the medicines that keep our troops alive? China has repeatedly demonstrated its willingness to weaponize economic dependence for geopolitical leverage. We should not assume our pharmaceutical supply chain will be treated differently. And let's be honest about the stakes. If conflict ever erupts, access to these drugs, the consequences won't be measured in dollars. They'll be measured in lives. The most lethal threat facing an American service member should never be the possibility that we cannot obtain the antibiotics, painkillers, or clotting agents needed to treat battlefield injuries because we chose to remain dependent on an adversary. The cost of resilience does score. It's expensive, but the cost of dependence could be catastrophic. Mr. Chairman, I hope this body will continue to pursue solutions to this challenge, and with that, I withdraw my amendment.
The chair thanks the gentlelady for withdrawing her amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider log number 6840 by Mr. Tran. For what purposes, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment, and the gentleman from California is now recognized to describe his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last weekend, 50,000 of my constituents were evacuated from their homes and businesses due to a hazmat crisis at GKN Aerospace, a DoD supplier. I am grateful to the first responders and emergency personnel who worked around the clock to neutralize the threat of a catastrophic explosion or a disastrous leak, and who kept my community safe from physical damage. But the emotional and financial damage of last weekend continues. So many families were unaware of toxic chemicals in their backyard. While they were relieved to go home, the knowledge of how close their lives and livelihoods are to a facility that works with toxic chemicals and how close they were to catastrophic events has led to a new anxiety. My community deserves to feel safe in their homes and businesses as well. We have to rebuild trust. This amendment will require DoD contractors to disclose the use of any hazardous substance in their manufacturing process and require those contractors to notify the community within a 1-mile radius of their such use of that material. This is a starting point to rebuild the trust lost, and this amendment is still preliminary. I thank the committee staff for continuing to work with me and my office to make this amendment as strong as possible for inclusion of the bill when it comes to the floor. Weeks. For now, I withdraw the amendment and I yield back.
The chair thanks the gentleman for withdrawing his amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider log number 6689 by Mr. Carbajal. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment, and the gentleman from California is recognized to describe his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to draw to the committee's attention the dire state of our country's cut flower industry. For generations, cut flower farming was a vibrant part of the American agriculture economy. Communities across the country produced the flowers and grains that marked our weddings, honored our veterans, celebrated milestones, and comforted grieving families. But today, unfortunately, that industry is struggling. The United States imports roughly 85% of the cut flowers sold in our country, with the overwhelming majority coming from overseas producers. American growers now account for only a small share of the market, despite the fact that flowers are grown in all 50 states. Over the last few decades, trade policies, lower foreign labor costs, and increasing import competition have dramatically reshaped the market. Behind each of these American businesses are family farms, agriculture workers, and rural communities that have struggled to compete against the flood of imported flowers. It is imperative that we continue to support our local farmers and ensure our economy remains diversified with many types of businesses. My amendment is straightforward. Any cut flowers or greens purchased by the Department of Defense must be domestically grown. The benefits of my amendment are clear. It would support domestic agriculture and help sustain flower farms that are struggling to remain viable. It would strengthen supply chain resilience by reducing dependence on imported products. It would keep taxpayer dollars circulating in American communities and supporting American jobs. Whether flowers are being placed at a military memorial service, used during a ceremony honoring our service members, or displayed at an official department event, those flowers should represent not only the beauty of our nation, but also the hard work of American farmers. My amendment would give our local cut flower farmers a fair opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be withdrawing my amendment. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman for withdrawing his amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider log number 6723 by Mr. DeLuzio. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. And now the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized to describe his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would make a basic change that would prevent the Pentagon from entering into contracts with defense contractors if they're engaged in stock buybacks and missing the mark on timeliness and quality of what they're selling our military. We've seen a review from the Pentagon that showed from 2009 to 2019 that industry revenue nearly doubled devoted to stock buybacks, while their share of revenue spent on R&D and capital expenditures decreased. We know the stories of cost overruns and scheduling delays, and to be clear, I think this is a problem that the President also recognizes and has an executive order that this would codify blocking stock buybacks where contractors have failed. It's bipartisan in the Senate with Senators Hawley and Lee and Warren, but unfortunately I have to withdraw the amendment because of a lack of a waiver we've obtained, but I will continue to want to work with any of our colleagues here to get this done. I think it's bipartisan, it's bicameral. We ought to get this executed into law. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman for withdrawing his amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. Okay, we will now consider log number 6155 by Mr. Harrigan. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment to establish the Operational Energy Deployable Nuclear Power Program. The Readiness Subcommittee print includes directed report language directing a briefing on whether advanced nuclear microreactor solutions should be considered within the Janus program. My amendment builds on that work by establishing a program, assigning accountability, and setting a very clear objective: an operational demonstration in the Indo-Pacific by January 1st of 2030. Congress has already invested in developing this capability. This amendment ensures that those efforts are evaluated against real-world operational requirements in the theater where they may be needed most. I think if we look at the strategic risks that we have, certainly Indo-PACOM is among the top. It is also the most fuel vulnerable theater that we have. This program will fix that. Without this amendment, our efforts risk ending as demonstrations rather than capabilities. Why on earth are we making these investments, significant, key, strategic investments on behalf of the American people, if we are not going to actually operationally deploy them and transition those studies into capabilities? I do not believe that we on this committee made all of these investments in these new technologies so that they could just sit and rest on a test pad. We invested in them to determine whether they can actually provide our military an advantage in the field. I believe that this amendment is narrow, it is targeted, and it's fiscally responsible to carry the ball across the finish line on something that we have been working on for many, many years. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is about readiness and it's about accountability. Congress has invested in developing this capability. This amendment ensures that those investments are evaluated against real-world operational requirements in the Indo-Pacific, and I urge adoption.
Gentleman yields back. Does any member wish to debate this amendment? The gentlelady from gentlelady from Hawaii, Miss Dakota, is recognized. I don't think there is a place called Dakota, but
Well,
there should
you never
be.
know. I heard there's a bar. There's a bar. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. I do agree it is very narrow and targeted. Sadly, it is very narrow and targeted to Hawaii and to Guam. This amendment would require the department to deploy a transportable nuclear microreactor within the Indo-PACOM region January 1st, 2030. Because of our status of forces agreement do not allow this technology to be deployed in other nations in the Indo-Pacific region, realistically, this would have to be on U.S. soil, which again means Hawaii or Guam. Nuclear power is a very controversial issue in Hawaii. Hawaii's state constitution prohibits commercial nuclear power. We have a strong connection to our environment. We are an island state, and we have seen the devastation of nuclear testing in the Pacific. We have had our land bombed by the military, our drinking water poisoned by the Navy. This is an unseen and unproven technology that is still being tested. It would be grossly premature, inappropriate to require the military to deploy a technology that is still in testing and to apply an arbitrary mandatory timeline. We must not rush into something when we don't know if it's safe, reliable, or effective. Once it's completed testing, the Army already has identified 9 installations to potentially place this technology. None are in the Pacific, and we should not be used yet again as a kind of proving ground for the United States military. It seems like it would be more appropriate to deploy it on the continental United States first, in communities that are actively seeking to try this technology, not island communities like Hawaii and Guam already struggling to protect our aquifers and our land. I am not against this technology in general. Just know that we have been through a lot of pain and suffering in Hawaii, and this would be devastating, even the thought of it, on our community. And certainly, this should not be tried out anywhere in the United States or the world until we know more about its safety and its performance. The military too often has gotten into big trouble by rushing into decisions and big purchases before designs are complete and thoroughly tested. Let's not make a similar mistake, and let's not force a state or a region that doesn't want this technology to be the first area you deploy it. I would caution the proponents of this technology that it will not help adoption or build trust to force it on communities that don't want it. I ask my colleagues to join me in strongly voting against this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? Seeing none, gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to congratulate Congressman Harrington for this. It's so important that we develop microreactors, small modular reactors. It can be so beneficial to our military installations, to our territories such as Guam. Indeed, I'm really grateful that in the district I represent in South Carolina at the Savannah River site, there is a prototype of a microreactor which actually has been sent to become operational this week. And so it can be done much sooner, and I can't wait to get the information to you about that. And if the people of Hawaii like to pay for higher electrical costs, amen. We'll be happy to volunteer for. And so, already 60% of our energy comes from nuclear reactors. And hey, this is fine. We'd love to compete. We've got beaches in South Carolina that are much prettier than Hawaii, and we'll have the cost will go down, and so we cheerfully volunteer. We cheerfully volunteer to have the micro reactors and small modular reactors in South Carolina, and we would certainly do not want to impose them on the people of Hawaii and the tradition of what Luddites do. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
Being a Texas boy, I still have to adamantly disagree with the fact that you got prettier beaches than they do out there in Hawaii. I lived out there for 4 years. That's a bold statement, sir. I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Harrigan.
Thank you, my colleague from Texas. And I will say, to keep the peace with both of my colleagues, that my wife and I are huge fans of both of your beaches. So y'all are doing great. I just want to respond very quickly to a couple points. First, the technology is not ready. This amendment does not require deployment before the technology is proven. It simply establishes the program. It puts in the benchmarks. As someone who is a engineer, the technology behind those microreactors has been around for a long, long time. It just hasn't been in this particular package. Hawaii deals with nuclear aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines every single day. The future of combat and the force projection of the required energy resources needed to meet the future fight will be, in the very near future, an everyday occurrence in the back of a C-17. This should not be groundbreaking stuff. This is also military. It is not commercial, so it should not be in violation of any state law that currently exists in Hawaii. Other than that, this is absolutely the future of our power projection. It's critically important to the future of our national security and our ability to extend our force projection halfway around the world to deal with the threats that we very likely have in the immediate future in front of us. So thank you to my colleague. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Is there further debate? Seeing none, the questions on the amendment offered by Mr. Harrigan. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Nay, those opposed will say nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote is requested by Mr. Kudus, so recorded vote is ordered and will be postponed to a later time. We will now consider log number 6827 by Mr. Garamendi. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have another amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment deals with data centers on American military bases. 8 years ago, the Readiness Subcommittee, taking into account the various hurricanes, tornadoes, ice freezes, and other events that seriously hindered the ability of military bases to continue to perform. In fact, some were shut down for weeks as a result of these environmental problems. We put in place a series of programs to require that the military bases become resilient, that they have adequate power, water, other necessary ways of conducting and supporting the operations on those bases. Now, as we enter the period of AI, which requires very serious databases, data facilities that are extraordinary consumers of both energy and water, the question arises as to whether these should be on military bases. The answer is maybe yes, maybe no. But I do know that if they go to the military bases, they do consume both energy, water, and other necessary programs to support that base. And therefore, this amendment would require that before any of these agreements with the tech companies to use American bases for the data centers, that certain questions be resolved. And among those, the department should certify the military purposes, identify any commercial use, and explain whether the Department of Defense will actually use the computing capacity or simply host a commercial facility on defense property. The amendment also requires transparency on energy and water consumption, backup power, light, noise pollution, encroachment on training operations, and physical and supply chain security. All of these directly go to what is the current effort to make sure that our bases are resilient, that they can withstand the various challenges that come to them. The databases and the consumption of energy may be contrary to that. And therefore, this amendment becomes a very useful way in which the military can sort out whether to use allow a database, a data facility to be on the base. I was just thinking about Mr. Harrigan's amendment. Maybe it's applicable here. I don't know for sure, and I don't want to get into his debate about South Carolina and Hawaii. But nonetheless, this issue applies across every military base, wherever it is. I would ask for an aye vote on this. It's sensible and will protect and continue the ability to make bases resilient.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair recognizes himself. The Army already has to do what this amendment requires. Now, the Army is opposed because implementation of this provision would impede the ongoing negotiations. The nation with the best data infrastructure will possess a decisive advantage in the next warfare. The U.S. cannot afford to lose this position. I urge members to oppose the amendment. Does any other member seek to the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with great respect to my colleague on the other side of the aisle here, I think that this amendment is well-intentioned. I think there's a lot of issues surrounding data centers right now across the country, but I have to say, since coming to Congress, I have developed two really large fears. One of them is artificial intelligence. The fear that I fear more than artificial intelligence is falling behind our adversaries in artificial intelligence. That is something that our country simply cannot afford, whether it is for our defense of our nation or whether it is for the future of our market economy. And these public-private partnerships that the military is creating, the Army has entered into 4 different conditional agreements, and the Air Force has actually now followed suit with 5 similar projects at different installations. I don't think that this amendment actually ends up protecting our bases or our communities. I think it just buries them in paperwork. I think that it hands our competitors a strategic advantage, not just a head start, potentially a permanent one because of the scale of what we're trying to do. And I do think that it substitutes congressional micromanagement for the sound judgment of installation commanders and the particular service secretary concerned for all of this. Just with the Army alone, these measures will save them $500 million a year through these public-private partnerships for compute. It will generate a much safer level of compute than we currently pay $700 million a year for out on the commercial market, and that is just with the Army alone. That is not with our other services. And so I think what this amendment does is it creates a pre-clearance regime for infrastructure that the Department of Defense has correctly identified as essential to competing with China in the AI era. The right answer is to let installation commanders and the Secretary do their jobs. Let's do our jobs on this committee and hold them accountable through annual reporting and preserve the exit authority that protects the department if something does go wrong. The pre-certification structure in this amendment, I don't think it does that. It only adds delay and strategic risk. I urge, and I respectfully urge, opposition, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Data centers are a huge thing in the state of Wisconsin right now, including my district. I live in a village with less than 200 people in it, and I live there on purpose. We love living in rural America. I just think it's America. We need these data centers for agricultural purposes, for precision, exquisite machinery that we have now, we need them to communicate across the broad spectrum of civilian life, let alone competing or hopefully dominating China. I think an eloquent solution, so we're not covering up black dirt like we do in Wisconsin with these wind farms and solar fields and all that stuff, is to put these data centers focused on federal land and sometimes state land when it's controlled by the National Guard, because those lands are not being tilled. So if we can put these centers that everybody understands that we need on federal property or state-owned property, as I said, that's controlled by the National Guard, we can really make sure that we have the ability to access these, large language models without destroying our ability to feed our people. A few months ago, the 7 largest AI companies on the planet signed something called the Rate Protection Plan. And what that does is that these companies have promised that at a minimum, they will be neutral when it comes to the electric grid, meaning there will be 0 increase in ratepayers' fees. Also, with the advanced technologies with closed cooling systems, we don't have to worry about the environmental impact that you had to when these data centers were originally developed. So I strongly oppose this amendment because I believe that it's going to stand in the way, 1, of us maintaining AI dominance over China, 2, it's going to help, or it's going to prohibit us from being able to use federal reserves, which means that these data centers are going to go on black dirt and remove tillable soil from our farm economy, which we just don't need right now. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Garamendi.
It's almost too late to have a good debate, but I'm up for it, guys. I think you missed the point here. I think you missed the point entirely. We're not opposed to data centers. We just want to make sure that if we're going to put a data center on a federal facility, that federal facility is not going to be degraded by the data center. If we look carefully, which is always useful at the language of the amendment, we only want the department to study and to report on a very clear set of issues. Is there a military purpose? It doesn't say it has to be, but is there a military purpose? Commercial use, what's it there for? What is the purpose of it? But more importantly, it deals with what we have been trying to do for the last 8 years, and that is to make sure that our military facilities are resilient, that they can withstand. No doubt about it, data centers are a great suck on energy and water. So what we require in this amendment is transparency. What is the energy issues? What are the water issues as it applies to the base? Is there backup power? Is there light, noise, pollution that would harm the utility of that base? Is there encroachment on training and operations and the physical and supply chain of security? That's it. I'm not saying no. Now, we all know that data centers are a big NIMBY issue in America, not in my backyard. I'm sure none of us are into that here at this hearing, although I kind of heard some people talk sort of towards that. Fine, don't put them in my backyard, put them over there on the military bases. I don't have a problem with that as long as the military base is not degraded by that data center. That's it. And having the military analyze and report back on what it means. We have a role in this. Fine, put it. We've got military facilities with thousands and thousands of acres, but no power, no water. Is it an impact? Possibly. That's it. 42 seconds more. Do I have it in me?
You don't have to use them.
Mr. Ranking Member, I forego the opportunity for 37 seconds.
I yield back.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? Seeing none, there's no further debate. The question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Garamendi. Somebody who's in favor of his amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it. Okay. Gentleman asked for a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered. We will postpone it to a later time. We will now consider log number 6920, 22R1 by Mr. Norcross. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. On March 7th of 25, President Trump signed an executive order entitled Exclusions from Federal Labor Management Relation Programs, which invoked national security to strip the collective bargaining rights from federal employees across more than 30 agencies. In order to affect over 1 million federal employees, including hundreds of thousands of Department of Defense civilian employees. This is the largest single rollback of federal labor rights in modern American history. This has been recognized as right of each of those workers who voted to be covered by a collective bargaining agreement. In April of 26, Secretary Hegseth issued a memo directing the termination of virtually all remaining collective bargaining agreements with just 24 hours notice, compounding the damage. Well, this such recklessness that we in Congress, and more importantly, the American people, have been shown that the suspension of collective bargaining agreements was not, in fact, a national security issue, but just another step by this administration to make harm of our employees. In fact, what happened when Defense Secretary Hegseth was here, I literally asked him the question, are there any issues, were there any problems with any collective bargaining agreement that were covered by DOD? He could not cite one example of where this was an issue, and that's why we are here today. Last year, my colleagues on this, in a bipartisan way, have shown they agree with this amendment that I am offering. Last year, this exact effort passed and was removed because our Senate. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment and to continue to support our workforce, our employees who voted for collective bargaining rights. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chairman recognizes himself. This amendment, in my view, unnecessarily restricts the President's authority to manage the workforce of our national security agencies, including the Department of Defense. The President is well within his authority granted by the Civil Service Reform Act to limit collective bargaining with federal unions that have a national security mission. In fact, he is not the first president to do so. Previous presidents have used the national security exemption to prohibit collective bargaining with the CIA and other national security agencies. Therefore, I regrettably have to oppose my good friend's amendment. Does any other member seek the gentleman, Mr. Bell of Missouri, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I grew up in a union household, organized labor, helped build the middle class, and has long provided working families with a voice on the job. We have seen this administration pursue anti-worker policies that have harmed employees in my district across Missouri and throughout the country. I remain committed to protecting the rights of workers to organize and collectively bargain. For more than 60 years, collective bargaining has existed at the Department of Defense without compromising military readiness or national security. Eliminating those rights is wrong, and it is something I can't support. That is why this amendment is so important. It takes the first step toward restoring these long-standing protections by prohibiting funds from being used to further exclude workers from collective bargaining agreements. Our civilian workforce is essential to the department's mission, and collective bargaining helps recruit and retain the skilled employees who keep that mission moving forward. I'm proud to support my colleague, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross's amendment, and I urge my colleagues the same. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from Maryland, Ms. Helfreth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate my colleague, friend, and my hometown congressman, Mr. Norcross, for offering this amendment. I know the hour is late, folks, but I have to tell you, I think this is one of the most consequential amendments we're going to see today. President Trump's executive order last year eliminated the collective bargaining rights for over 1.5 million federal employees, including a large swath of DoD civilian employees. It was single-handedly the broadest and most aggressive anti-union action taken by a president in U.S. history. And I want to take a moment and just break down what collective bargaining actually means, because I think it's been politicized and demonized by a lot of folks. And I just want to talk about what it means for the actual employee. We talk about 30,000 feet perspectives in this committee room. I want to talk about what it means to an individual. It means that parents come home after a hard day's work with a fair paycheck. It means that when workers like my father were hurt on the job, their families still had a roof over their head and foods on the table. It means that after decades of service to your country, civil servants can retire with dignity and security. And as the daughter of 2 civil servants and the representative of 45,000 federal employees, I understand the vital work public servants do on behalf of every one of our constituents across the country, and more importantly, how collective bargaining rights that have been around for 60 plus years have tangibly improved their lives. Last year, due to DOJ's sledgehammer, it seems like a decade ago, it was only last year, Maryland lost 25,000 federal jobs. And in my district, these were not abstract when it comes to defense. These were research scientists and primary investigators at Fort Meade. These were healthcare providers at the Department of Affairs. These were procurement and administrative staff at the Coast Guard. And that's just to name a few. I cannot overstate how stripping federal workers of their voice on the job, and in DOJ's case, unilaterally and arbitrarily firing employees, severely inhibits our military readiness. Like all of you, I visit military installations on a monthly basis, and I ask command how integral their civilian employees are to the mission of that base. And folks, it is integral to our readiness. We have to continue to also think about the next generation of public servants. The young people we want to recruit, the best and the brightest in our nation. We need to make sure we have every tool here to do that. We can't do that if we can't guarantee them good paying jobs with real protections and security. And we just cannot allow this administration to continue to take a sledgehammer to our federal workforce and the civilians who work on behalf of our defense and national security. I want to thank the maker of the amendment, the gentleman from New Jersey, and urge a favorable vote, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Sorensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to stand with Congressman Norcross and with organized labor and our nation's unions. Secretary Hegseth sat right there and told us here in the committee, told me a month ago that he does not believe that government workers should have the rights to fight for better conditions on the job. It's not just idiotic. It's honestly un-American. Our country's strong thanks to labor. Our country was built with the hard work and the determination of men and women in the middle class. And at the Rock Island Arsenal, the folks at AFG Local 2119 helped workers recover back pay and implement safety upgrades for the benefit of everyone. And let me tell you, when the forge drops at Rock Island Arsenal, the whole island shakes. When the metal pours from the Army's only foundry, the metal's 2,000 degrees. Safety is important, to say the least. This union has also fought to bring the rights to those who are wrongfully terminated. Every American deserves a fair wage, a safe workplace, good benefits, and dignity on the job. That's true for those who are in uniform and for our civilian workforce that serves those in uniform. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? Seeing none, the question occurs on the amendment. Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Vindman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So since coming to Congress, Republicans in this administration have been consistent in 3 things: chaos, cruelty, and corruption. Federal workers, our friends, family, and neighbors have felt the chaos and cruelty hit close to home. And in the 7th District, I will always stand up for those serving this great nation. I hear from federal workers all the time, working hard at their jobs, doing what they can as patriots for this country every day. They've been caught in the crosshairs of this cruel and chaotic administration. I have one veteran, an Army veteran and a former medevac pilot, flew helicopters in Iraq, who works at the VA and was caring for his autistic daughter. He deserves stability, not uncertainty. This amendment would protect national security by preserving expertise and a dedicated workforce, protecting federal workers preserves our national security, ensures that Americans receive the vital benefits they deserve, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes. Back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? Seeing none, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Norcross. So many as in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of noes have it. There's a recorded vote requested. It is. So the recorded vote is ordered and postponed to a later time. We'll now consider log number 6825R2 by Ms. Strickland. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlelady for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. In fiscal year 2021 NDAA, which covers 2020, this committee created the Commission on the Naming of Items of the Department of Defense that commemorate the Confederate States of America. Since the height of the Jim Crow era, our service members, who come from every background and walk of life, have been working and living at installations that honor men who took up arms in rebellion against our country. Their cause? They were fighting to protect the institution of slavery. This committee put in the work to correct this injustice, and in a bipartisan naming commission, they followed with extensive community engagement, site visits, congressional briefings, and deliberation. This commission specifically considered and rejected the idea of simply finding different service members with the same last names as the Confederate officers being removed. And that detail matters, because what happened next goes directly to the integrity of the process that Congress established. Instead, this commission chose to honor a new generation of Army legends, including General Richard Cavazos, Lieutenant General Hal Moore, and Dr. Mary Edwards Walker. Unfortunately, Secretary Hegseth and this administration chose to disregard the hard work of Congress and the Naming Commission by reopening decisions that had already been settled. And they used the same stunt the commission expected, finding new service members who share the same last names of these Confederate traitors. These service members are heroes in their own right, and we don't deny that, like Private Fitz Lee, a Buffalo soldier who was awarded the Medal of Honor. Yet Secretary Hegseth saw them as nothing as convenient names. Their families were not given the opportunity to weigh in if their legacy should be used this way. And President Trump himself admitted that when he said that Fort Gregg Adams was being restored to Fort Lee in honor of Robert E. Lee, not Fitz Lee, as the department claimed. Secretary Hegseth's work was so sloppy that my colleagues are now trying to correct his mistakes and offering amendments to again modify individual base names in a way that is less offensive to some families. In 2020, a bipartisan group of legislators actually overrode Trump's veto of the NDAA because he did not want this commission to exist. So again, this was a thorough bipartisan effort. We created the commission, we paid for the commission. And I want to acknowledge Congressman Scott's advocacy on behalf of Master Sergeant Gary Gordon and Sergeant First Class Randy Shugart. After many conversations, this amendment incorporates that compromise by designating the installation as Fort Shugart Gordon in Georgia. This amendment demonstrates that honoring modern American heroes and respecting the commission's work are not mutually exclusive. So here's the conversation we need to have with ourselves. Who are we? What do we represent? We talk about wanting to respect every person who wears the uniform. It is now 2026, not 1956. We ask people to wear the uniform, to put their lives on the line. It's time to respect and honor their legacy. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chairman recognizes himself. Contrary to the sponsor's argument, the department is not renaming bases in support of Confederate heroes. For example, Fort Gregg Adams in Virginia was renamed Fort Lee, a member of the all-black Buffalo Soldiers who was awarded the Medal of Honor after serving in the Spanish-American War. I believe that military bases should be named for heroic service members whose legacy makes members serving at those installations proud. I urge members to oppose the amendment. The gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the balance of my time to Ms. Strickland.
So I want to reiterate something. The administration confirmed exactly what the commission warned against. The commission itself warned against this. It rejected same name substitutions in the first place. It was a stunt they tried to do, not taking away any accomplishment of the people whose names were used, but it was a stunt to try to still keep the Confederate names. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've spoken on this issue many times, was there when we made the change when the base commission was put in place. It was an excellent, bipartisan process that had wide support across the communities. And then Secretary Hegseth and President Trump came in and tore up all of that work that really, I think, strengthened our communities just for the fairly petty, mean-spirited reason to go back to naming these things for slave-owning white supremacist secessionists. And that's exactly what they did. And I had a lot of respect for the chairman, but sorry, no, they did not name that base after a Buffalo soldier. They wanted the name back so they could name it after the Confederate generals. That is what they did. It should not have been done. It, as I said, upset a law that we had passed bipartisan way all through here, had been strongly supported across communities. It had been worked out, I think, in a very reasonable way. I know there's members of this committee who served on the commission, didn't come in and say, no, we're just changing the name. They worked with the community to build support for it in a reasonable way, and then unilaterally and in an authoritarian manner, that was all stripped away. And again, I'll close with the point I started with, to honor slave-owning white supremacist secessionists. That's what we've chosen to do, okay? And don't, you debate it. You can go back to when this was, these bases were not named right after the Civil War. These bases were named right at the turn of the 20th century when there was a massive rebirth of the white supremacist movement. There was a Klan march in Washington, D.C., and I think it was 1923, where some 70,000 Klansmen marched down Independence, or Constitution, I guess it was, okay? So it was a very clear effort to reestablish white supremacy. That is what Secretary Hegseth and President Trump have decided to honor at the expense of the process that we came up with that would have more suitably honored people who served this country and upheld the values of this country. I know we're likely to lose this fight, but for the life of me, I can't understand why. I can't understand why. I can't understand why people think it's a good idea to go back and do this. So I hope this amendment passes. I hope we can right this.
Gentleman yields back. The chair and I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Benjamin.
Thank you, Chairman. So I wish I could say I'm surprised that we're still having this debate a year later, but sadly I'm not. Let's be clear what this is about. Those who joined and fought with the Confederacy were traitors. Traitors, plain and simple. Could you imagine if the name, a base was named after Benedict Arnold? How outrageous that would be. Instead, our military bases should honor Americans who served our country with distinction, who fought for a more perfect union, not those who took up arms against it. Congress previously made a bipartisan decision to retire the old names and rename these bases after serving military heroes. The naming commission completed its work, the Department of Defense implemented those recommendations, and the matter was settled. The recent effort to restore the old names through a silly and transparent loophole undermines that process. In Virginia, passing this amendment would mean restoring the names of Fort Gregg Adams, named for Lieutenant General Arthur Gregg, the first black three-star general in the Army's history, and Lieutenant Colonel Charity Adams, who led the only black WAC unit to serve overseas in World War II. Fort Walker, named for Dr. Mary Edwards Walker, the only woman ever to receive the Medal of Honor. Fort Barfoot, named for Colonel Van Barfoot, who single-handedly destroyed 2 machine gun nests and captured 17 journals and disabled a tank at Anzio. Frankly, it's ridiculous that we're still having this debate. We should focus on strengthening the military, our readiness, supporting service members and their families, and addressing the challenges facing our armed forces, not relitigating settled naming decisions for traitors. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Let's get rid of these traitors' names, who, by the way, many of which did not have a particularly good or competent battle record, from our base names, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Bell.
There's several different ways that I want to approach this, but I mean, it would take the rest of the night. And so I guess what I'm going to ask is, when you look at history, my question to my colleagues is, who do you identify with? Do you identify with the person who is fighting for their freedom? Or do you or you identify with the person who was literally trying to enslave other human beings. We can try to take race out of it just for a second for purposes of this analogy, but you have Americans who fought and died for this country. You had Americans who fought for the freedom of other folks. And some of these folks were white folks. And so my question is, why not identify with them? There are civil rights leaders who were of all backgrounds, but there are white civil rights leaders who fought and died for freedom. So why are we so stuck on these individuals that literally separated families, children from their mothers? How can reasonable people justify that? Alexander Stephens of Georgia, he was the Confederacy's vice president. He said, and I quote, our foundations are laid. Its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro, his words, is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race is his natural and normal condition. This is our new government, is the first in the history of the world based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth. This is what we're dealing with, and this is what we're still dealing with in 2026. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chairman recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, General Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill I was involved with from the beginning. My background, my great-great-great-grandfather lived in Charlottesville, Virginia, but fought for the North. And so he did it at 52 years old with his 18-year-old son, and he named, and the son, John Heil Bacon, named all of his kids after famous Union generals. I think he'd be rolling in his grave today, knowing that we have these 10 bases that were named after Confederate generals. I thought we did it right in 2020. We debated it in here. It was a strong debate. It passed. It was a Democrat majority, but the Senate passed it with a Republican majority. So both houses passed it. The president vetoed it, and then we overrode his veto in both a Democrat House and a Republican Senate. We did it right. And then what happened was the secretary comes in and puts his thumb in our eye and just has total disregard for Congress. It bothers me. I think it should bother all of us. The ranking member said something right. These bases, for the most part, were named around 1920, around the First World War time frame. And mainly it was the Jim Crow South that named these bases. These are bad generals. Almost all but one were bad generals. Some of them participated in the KKK after the war. So we had a fair process. We followed the rules, and the secretary had full disregard here, and it bothers me. I think as Congress we should be offended by it. Also, some of the bases that we renamed them, Eisenhower, Hal Moore, these are great names. I would have been proud to serve at a Fort Eisenhower base, and I love reading about Hal Moore. I've read his books. So I support the bill because Congress did it right. We did it by the book, and the secretary should have respected Congress. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the comments from Ms. Strickland and this Strickland Amendment 6825. If you guys look at this American flag right there, that represents all of us. And if you disagree with me, I still love you. But let's go back to the Revolutionary War. As we celebrate 250 years, we are an imperfect union. We have a up and down history. And history should be taught, not erased, the good and the bad. After the Revolutionary War, we had all Americans for this new nation had to sign allegiance to the United States of America. I went down into one of my counties, and they still have the records of every citizen of every county in my district where they signed allegiance to the United States, the new country. After the Civil War, guess what? They have records of everyone in the South signing a new allegiance to the United States of America. We are not perfect, but our form of government and our imperfection has lifted more people out of poverty, given more people opportunity and freedom than any other country on earth. Now, Robert E. Lee, he married President George Washington's granddaughter, and after the Civil War, well, during the surrender with Grant at Appomattox in my district, Grant actually gave them passes to go home instead of putting them in prison and let officers keep their pistols. Nobody talks about that. And many Confederate soldiers ended up fighting in the Spanish-American War, and their sons and daughters fought in World War I and World War II. Now, the heritage is important. But let's talk about these bait statements. I think Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and President Trump have struck a reasonable balance. Fort Pickett, all the way back to World War II, many men and women who died for our country deployed from Fort Pickett. And when you talk to people in my district and you talk about Fort Pickett, and they have all the memories of their grandpas and grandmas and everything else. As a Navy SEAL veteran, my team deployed from Fort Pickett quite a bit. Our history should be taught, not erased, the good and bad. And so I would ask everyone to vote no on this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Chairman recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief about this, but I just want to stand up for my fellow commissioners and say they did their job as it was directed by Congress. I know that the names are not going to change under the current administration, and I also know that these current names will not stand the test of time. And the only correction that I would like to make that anybody said is that they said that Fort Moore was named after Hal Moore. The truth is, it was named after Hal and Julia Moore. And I can assure you, as the person who was in the debates, the reason it was named Moore is because of Hal and Julia. We as the members of the commission felt like it was the best way that we could honor the warrior family. Julia Moore did tremendous, tremendous things for the warrior family. She was the warrior at home, while Hal Moore was the warrior on the battlefield. He's known as Vietnam's Patton, one of the greatest warriors we had. But I can tell you, that name of all the names I thought was the perfect name because it gave us the opportunity to represent the warrior family. That base is their final resting place. His team from Ladrang, a lot of them are from that battle. A lot of them are buried there. And this debate will continue. I'm not naive to where we are. The current names will not stand the test of time, I don't believe, but I do not believe that they will change under this administration. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The chair and I recognize the lady from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I want to thank Ms. Strickland for putting this forth and the bipartisan voices who are standing with the work of this committee, the Congress, to not honor people who enslaved people, fought against this great union. I want to just clarify that this is not about erasing history. I think that's a big misunderstanding about the exercise here. This is about choosing which history to celebrate. This is about choosing which history to name a base that a diverse group of servicemen and women are going to be assigned to serve at. We need to respect the work of the Congress, the work of the Commission, but I don't want anybody to think that this is an erasure of history. It's choosing which history we elevate, which history we celebrate, and telling the whole story of this country. That's what this amendment is for. I will be voting yes, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair and I recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strong support of this amendment, and I yield my time to Ms. Strickland.
All right, thank you very much. My colleague from Virginia talked about not erasing history. Yet the Department of Defense and various military branches carry out a widespread removal of digital content, historical records, and photographs honoring Black service members and other minorities. So if you're going to do this, be consistent about it. The other thing I want to add, too, is that my father fought in 2 wars, and he fought in a segregated army. So when you talk about naming something after Confederacy, you're disrespecting him and every Black man who wore the uniform. So I'm going to ask you one more time, who are we as a nation? And more importantly, who are you? I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentlelady from Hawaii yield back? She does. Does anybody else seek recognition? Dr. Conway of New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I continue with my remarks, I have to say the answer, Mr. Bell, the answer. Mr. Bacon is white supremacy. I'm sorry to say that, but that's what we are talking about here today, the support of that and the actions of this administration. Now, I strongly support this amendment that would rename military installations that are now named after Confederate soldiers who committed insurrection against America. Service members are incredibly connected to the installations where they train, live, and raise their families. America is blessed with the best capable military in the world, but ours is a multi-ethnic force of volunteers who hail from all walks of life, committed to protect the freedoms embodied in our Constitution. We should not ask our nation's heroes to serve in installations named after insurrectionists who fought to overthrow our country and protect the institution of slavery. Congress undertook a thorough process to address these renamings by establishing a commission on the naming of items of the Department of Defense that commemorate the Confederate States of America. What history do we honor? Who do we uphold? This commission was designed to answer that question. The commission, in one case regarding Fort Polk, Louisiana, selected the name of Sergeant William Henry Johnson to honor. Sergeant Johnson was a black American hero of World War I. He was the first American honored by France, earning the Croix de Guerre with Star Bronze Palm in 1918. He fought off several enemies. He was wounded 21 times, allowed his unit to escape certain destruction, and his heroism motivated many black Americans to support the war effort. Now, unfortunately, the Secretary Hegseth, reversed the work of the commission under the guise that the original Confederate names refer to other non-Confederate individuals. What nonsense. Of course, we should teach all of our history, the good, the bad, and the ugly, but when it comes to naming our military institutions, we have a clear choice. We can name our institutions after slaveholding insurrectionists who overthrow our government to maintain the institution of slavery, or we can honor, in this case, in the case of Sergeant Johnson, a Medal of Honor winner who upheld his oath to defend our Constitution and our beloved nation. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I realize that there are strong feelings about these kind of issues, that there are sensitivities. As someone that spent the first 22 years of his life in the state of Massachusetts, and my father served in the military as well, and his life was actually saved in peacetime by an African-American sergeant. So I wouldn't be here if it weren't for African-American service members. Also knowing and growing up with the knowledge that 1 million African-Americans served in World War II, and then went home, and a lot of them were denied basic opportunities and civilities, and that's horrible. To judge historical figures by the morality of our time is taking certain things out of context. I just heard you can't honor our forefathers that enslaved other people. Okay, are we going to rename this city? Because where does it end? Are we going to dynamite a couple of faces off of Mount Rushmore? And when we had a similar debate in Texas 5 years ago, I asked, is Abraham Lincoln's, will his statues then be torn down? And in some areas of this country, that exact thing happened. So it's just a slippery slope. And quite frankly, I was just talking to Dr. Jackson, if he doesn't mind me saying, and I didn't know who Bragg was, and nor did I care. It just, that's what that location was named. And then when they renamed him, you get confused about, well, what the hell is that one again? It's just been out there for 100 years. It's not making any person's life better to even discuss this kind of thing. And if you want to leave it Bragg, let's find another guy named Bragg and name it after him. I mean, honestly, this is, but I do get the sensitivities of it, but to sit there and say that we are going to judge historical figures by the morality of today in 2026 is arrogant, and it's taking things out of context. Because we could go on and teach a 3-credit college course about this stuff, and to have to say all this in 2 minutes is a little taxing. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harrigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to give everybody a practical perspective from a veteran. I take issue with honoring white supremacists and the statement that that is what the department has done. I do not think in any way, shape, or form that's what the department has done. But I want to give you two data points here that might help explain this. I never served with a single service member, regardless of their background, regardless of their race, religion, creed, whatever it might be, that cared about the name of the base at which they served. They cared far more about the mission and the enemies of the United States that they were training to defeat. The name of the base never, ever came up. It was never a point of discussion. I bet you if you polled every single person at Fort Bragg, they could not tell you who Fort Bragg was originally named after, and they could not tell you who Fort Bragg was renamed after today. They couldn't do it. And what it has done, though, is it has served to cause a break in the chain, in the line of veterans across generations, because I've watched this play out across the country. As an old veteran from World War II, or Vietnam, Korea, whatever it might be, Desert Storm, even the early parts of the GWAT are now talking to the current generation of service members. And when that service member says, I serve at Fort Cavazos, an honorable name, certainly, those veterans have absolutely no idea what that current service member is talking about. And you have now broken that common experience that across our nation has served our nation so well for so many decades, centuries even, some of these names. That's the first impact. The second impact, when I talk to foreign leaders and they ask me where I served, and I say Fort Bragg, they know exactly what I mean. They don't know Fort Bragg because of Fort Bragg. They know Fort Bragg because they know it as the home of the Airborne and Special Operations Forces. It has standing with every single foreign leader that has any experience with military. And it's incredibly important because when you come in and you have to say, well, I was at Fort Liberty, their honest answer, their honest question to you is, where the four-letter word is that? And it confers absolutely no data whatsoever as to your qualifications, expertise, or history. It confuses everybody over something that absolutely is emotional. There's certainly concerns here, I get it. But for our service members, they simply do not pay attention to this on a day-to-day basis. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, my colleague from Texas here, I'll give him the point, right, that we don't want to judge people by different times. But the big difference between Washington and Jefferson and Hood and Bragg and Lee is Washington and Jefferson fought for this country to make it an independent nation, where the other three fought against it. They took up arms against the United States. General Lee was handed to him. They would have given him command of the Union Army at the beginning of the war. And he chose to go against his oath, resign his commission, and take up arms against the United States. Would we honor anybody like that today? I mean, I asked my colleagues, would you, if anybody said today, I'm going to take up arms against the United States, would you want to name a base after them? No. The answer is 100% no. And then the other part of this is that, again, this administration, Secretary Hegseth, Donald Trump, President Trump, have once again just flicked their nose at this Congress, right? And why are we not standing up? Congress passed a law that authorized a commission to rename the bases, and they just went 100% against that and did it on their own to go and rename them again. No law, no nothing. They just said, I'm going to do it. And yet you, as members of Congress, a branch of government under the Constitution, just want to let them do that without saying anything against them. That's just shameful. We need to stand up for our right as a equal branch of government, as a branch of this Constitution. We have authority, just like the executive branch does. And the fact that they would go against laws that, as my colleague Rep. Bacon said, were vetoed and then overturned by the Congress, and they did it anyway, we should all be angry about that. We should be angry about it. And just the fact that some of my colleagues are willing to accept that is just unbelievable. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, we have had 14 folks speak on this more than any other amendment tonight. This is not a complicated issue. I think everybody knows where they are. It appears that the sponsor has the votes to carry this. If y'all want to continue talking about it, we can, but it seems like it's been pretty fleshed out. Does the gentleman still want to be recognized? Call the question. Thank you. If there's no further debate, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Strickland. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. It appears that the ayes have it. Would there somebody wish to have a recorded vote? The gentleman from Texas asked for a recorded vote. The recorded vote is ordered, and it will be postponed. We now have 2 more recorded votes before en blocs. So, and one's an offer and withdraw. We will now consider log number 6448 by Ms. Goodlander. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, reading the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. With that, the gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am offering as a bipartisan amendment what I believe to be probably the most bipartisan measure that is currently before the United States Congress, the Major Richard Starr Act. We have more than 330 co-sponsors in the House of Representatives, and the overwhelming majority of this committee have co-sponsored this important piece of legislation, and so you know why we need to get this done. Today, under current law, combat injured veterans all across this country who were forced into medical retirement have been denied the full benefits that they have earned through their service to our country and through their sacrifice to each and every one of us. Under current law, these patriots are forced to offset earned retirement pay for one reason, and it's a bad reason. The reason is injuries that ended their careers. This is dead wrong. The Major Richard Starr Act rights this wrong, corrects this injustice by eliminating this outrageous and unjust offset. Veterans who sacrificed for our country shouldn't have to fight our government for the benefits that they earned. Now, Mr. Chairman, I understand that there is a waiver issue with this important measure, and I reluctantly withdraw this amendment. But I want to urge every member of this committee tonight to take action on the Major Richard Starr Act. Sign the bipartisan discharge petition that is currently sitting on the floor of the House of Representatives. Let's get this done. Let's keep our promise to the patriots who gave their all for each and every one of us. I yield back.
The chair thanks the gentlelady for withdrawing the amendment, and I withdraw my point of order. We will now consider log number 6820 by Dr. Jackson. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas for the purpose of explaining his amendment. You want to speak on it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would officially restore the historic name of the Department of War in the United States Code. I think once I present this, and now that you can see firsthand how beautiful it actually is, you will have no choice to vote for this amendment. This name reflects the determination and resolve of the brave men and women of the U.S. military who aggressively fight to secure our national interest. Our military does much more than defend the homeland. Our service members are trained, manned, and equipped to decisively project power and ensure peace through strength, both home and abroad. The name War Department stood as a pillar of American strength and sovereignty for 158 years, from 1789 to 1947. During the nation's very first session of Congress, our founding fathers deliberately selected a name that reflected the department's primary essential function, fighting and winning America's wars. The institution that won 2 world wars, built the great arsenal of democracy, and established the United States as the world's predominant superpower wasn't born under a doctrine of passive defense. It was forged by the warfighting ethos of the War Department. Names matter. In today's unprecedented global threat environment, restoring the name Department of War sends an unmistakable signal to the world. Potential adversaries like China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran evaluate American resolve through both our capabilities and our messaging. Deterrence only works when adversaries believe America is willing to fight and win to secure its interest. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member.
This could literally set off a dozen different hour-long arguments. Literally. I'm going to do my level best to try and tamp that down and make sure we don't go there as we head towards midnight. I really think this is one of the dumbest things that has been done by this administration, and it doesn't make any sense. Practically speaking, it makes no frickin' difference whatsoever. We got a lot of important work to do, a lot of different things to do in a whole bunch of different places, and we're arguing over a name. It's incredibly expensive to change that name. The name itself strikes fear in the heart of our adversaries. I wish our adversaries were that stupid, but unfortunately, I don't think the name alone, oh my God, the War Department, they must be serious now. I think they look at a lot more things like, what equipment do we have? What are our intentions? What are we actually doing? Than what the frickin' name on the building is, okay? It's just beyond me that we can have this discussion. But to the extent that we have it, the point of switching to the Department of Defense after World War II was to recognize that we now, as the preeminent power in the world, as World War II came to the end, unlike every other preeminent power in the history of the world prior to that, we were not bent on conquering other countries. That was the core. We will have a strong defense. We will make sure that our interests can be protected. We're not looking for war. It's not war through strength. It's peace through strength. That's the word. You are strong so that you don't have to go to war. Once you say we're going to war, that's the whole clutching the arrows, clutching the olive branch. War starts, great, let's go, okay? You got to fight it. But the purpose of what we were supposed to be trying to do for the last 80 years was to prevent war through being strong. And now, in some twisted, convoluted way, we've decided that we want to look tough and call ourselves the Department of War to say, screw the peace thing, screw the defense thing, we're just coming for you constantly, all right? That just doesn't make any sense. But again, I'll end where I started. It's semantic nonsense in a time when we have a lot of very substantive arguments that we've had and should have had and should be dealing with. So let the fun begin, but I do urge us to defeat this amendment. I yield back.
I thank the ranking member more than he knows for that. One fact of which I am certain as a member who's been on this committee for a very long time, everybody sitting at this dais knows exactly how they're going to vote on this. There is not a word that's about to be uttered that is going to change a single vote. So please be mindful as we move forward. With that, I'm happy to recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden.
Sis vis pecum parabellum. So if you want peace, prepare for war. That is not if you want peace, prepare to defend yourself. Defense is the last measure that you need to take. So being a former warrior myself, words do matter. And if you look at the recruiting goals that have been made months and months and months early because of the change in the perspective in the Department of War, words matter. Warriors want to follow warriors. And when we stand up to fight a war, we must fight to win. I will remind everybody the last war we actually won was in 1945 because we fought war. We didn't try to nation build and dig wells and teach people languages and all that other crap that our GWAT generation fought in for over 20 years. We must project power to the world. And how do we do that? We tell them, if you get anywhere near harming an American citizen or our allies, we're going to war with you and we're going to crush you. Period. It's not a semantic argument. It's not some cute legislative thing. This is telling our enemies and those folks that are thinking about becoming our enemies, if you touch an American citizen, we will find you, we will hunt you, we will kill you, and someone else will be raising your children. That's what we need to do. And hold up that sign. That's what that sign says. And that's what that sign means. And anybody who has ever carried a gun in their hand with evil in their hearts to destroy our nation's enemies understand what that means. And if you hadn't, maybe you should rethink your comments. With that, I yield back.
Back chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
So, for those who are watching at home or those who may be watching later, we all do know how we're going to vote, but it's important that we talk to the people to whom we are voting for. It's past 11 p.m. and it's closing in on midnight, and this is definitely not the time. This is definitely not worth our time. This is not what is worth the people's time to be talking about. This is a very serious body, supposedly debating very serious issues, and there are very serious issues before us. For instance, how to extricate ourselves from Iran, how to deter China and Russia, how to protect free access to the seas for commerce, or how to protect our allies and our partners, or how to protect ourselves here at home. And yet here we are, nearly midnight, wasting our time, the people's time, now and into the late hours of the night and the wee hours possibly of the morning, reminding ourselves of the name of arguably the most important department in the entire government, the Department of Defense. We will also waste up to possibly $150 million of taxpayer money with this argument, too. I recognize that it is important for this administration to amp itself up with talk about lethality, killing in war, but we are not a warmongering nation. Instead, we are a nation of reluctant warriors, of quiet professionals. My dad and my grandfather led the way in my family in military service and in understanding military service, as did my mom and my grandmother as Navy wives. My brother and my cousins and I followed in that service, literally raised with the idea that the D in DOD was for defense. But there was only there when the soft side of government failed. We as members of family and members of the military and family members are very willing to make that ultimate sacrifice, but we hope it would be that last line of defense. You can quote your Latin sis vis pacem parabellum. My dad also taught me sabubi sabubi for what that's worth. Go look that one up. To paraphrase George Orwell, people sleep peaceably in their beds at night only because rough men and rough women stand by, ready to do violence on their behalves. We glorify our warriors, and sometimes we accept the need to wage war, but never, never do we glorify the war itself. So instead of funding the military health system or rebuilding our munition stocks or paying our forces more, we are sitting here near midnight debating keeping the name of the Department of Defense. I'm sorry to all of us that we have to extend our time here tonight debating this, and sorry to the American people that they have to listen to this. It is beneath us, and I cannot abide by wasting our collective time. But here we are. I urge my colleagues to keep the Department of Defense, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll agree. Everybody knows how everybody's going to vote, but I feel the need to speak up when I hear things that are spoken that are wrong, false facts, right? First of all, recruiting did not go up because we changed the Department of Defense to the Department of War, or because Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth Donald Trump's president, Pete Hegseth is now Secretary of Defense. It changed up because we started investing in recruiting again. The services put money back into recruiting, and if you want to look up when recruiting started to tick up, you can go look it up. It was in 2024 when the investment was made to do that again. And the historical name of the Department of War is not over the Department of Defense. If you want to change a name, I'm glad to work with my colleague from Texas there. Change the Department of the Army to the Department of War, because that's what it was. The Department of the Army was the Department of War, and was a cabinet position at that time, as was the Department of the Navy. You know, early on, since the time when the Constitution, all the way to the end of World War II. It was after World War II where they just came up with the name Department of Defense to consolidate not only those two departments, but the Department of the Air Force under one department under one secretary. So the Department of War is not the historic name for the Department of Defense, or the previous name of the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense has always been the Department of Defense. So if you want to change the name, put forth an amendment to change, or to change the Department of the Army back to the Department of War, and then we can talk. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Vindman.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a stupid debate on a stupid topic, and every member and everybody in the audience is dumber for having to have this conversation. Everyone on this committee that's in uniform served in the Department of Defense patriotically and honorably. There's nobody that served in the Department of War that's sitting on this committee. It's never been the military that has failed to perform its job to the utmost of efficiency and as the best fighting force in the world that's failed to achieve its mission. It's been stupid and incompetent politicians getting into wars without a plan and a strategy. Is that starting to sound familiar? Because if we're going to change the name of the Department of Defense based on how we're doing in a conflict, then this administration better start looking for a new name for the Department of War, because things are not looking so great in the Middle East. Look, this ultimately comes down to the fact that we are not a belligerent and imperialist nation. We're a nation that is based on principles of the Statue of Liberty. So let's stop having stupid discussions and getting dumber from them and go back to the Department of War. Department of Defense, not the Department of War.
Does anybody else seek recognition on this amendment? Seeing none, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Dr. Jackson. Those who are in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Is there a request for a recorded vote? There is a request for a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered to be postponed. All right, a housekeeping note. We are now going to consider the final en bloc packages number 5 and number 6. Following that, we will have postponed recorded votes followed by final passage. To all the member offices, if your member is not in the chamber, find your member and ask them to make their way back, because we will be getting to recorded votes right after these 2 en bloc packages. All right.
So, let's get rid of some paper for you.
Please. All right, we will now consider en bloc package number 5. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 5, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority. Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. En bloc package number 5 is comprised of the following: Log 6670 by Representative Desjardins, Log 6055 by Representative Houlihan, Log 6676 by Representative Rogers, Log 5895R1 by Representative Davis, Log 6588R2 by Representative Graves, Log 6418R2 by Representative Elfreth, Log 6244R1 by Representative Harrigan, Log 6886 by Representative Norcross, Log 5985R3 by Representative Cisneros, Log 6095R5 by Representative Wilson, Log 6636R2 by Representative Golden, Log 6005R1 by Representative Davis, Log 6528R1 by Representative Whitman, Log 6002R1 by Representative Whitman, Log 6553R1 by Representative Fallon, Log 6010R2 by Representative Hamadeh, Log 6108 by Representative Mesmer, Log 6460R1 by Representative Goodlander, Log 6578R2 by Representative Whitman, Log 6522R2 by Representative Keating, Log 6764R1 by Representative Takuda, Log 5962R1 by Representative Jackson, Log 6833R2 by Representative Luttrell, Log 61 40R1 by Representative Harrigan, Log 6507 by Representative Fallon, Log 6529R1 by Representative Goodlander, Log 6890 by Representative Luttrell, Log 6895R1 by Representative Schmidt, Log 6211R1 by Representative McGuire, Log 6203R2 by Representative Mesmer, Log 6881R2 by Representative Gooden, Log 6832R1 by Representative Garamendi, Log 6033R3 by Representative Harrigan, Log 6718R1 by Representative Moulton, Log 6005R1 by Representative Carbajal, Log 6596 by Representative Graves, Log 6664R1 by Representative Jackson, Log 6231R1 by Representative Harrigan, Log 6846 by Representative Bergman, Log 6906 by Representative Vindman, Log 6335R1 by Representative Norcross, Log 6783R2 by Representative Turner, Log 6869R4 by Representative Moulton, Log 6067R2 by Representative Houlihan, Log 6227R2 by Representative Harrigan, Log 6785R1 by Representative Garamendi, Log 6206R3 by Representative Mesmer, Log 6909 by Representative Conaway, Log 6336 by Representative Norcross, Log 5815R3 by Representative Hamadeh, Log 6619 by Representative Davis, Log 6908R2 by Delegate Moylan, Log 6813 by Representative Jacobs, Log 6627R1 by Representative Bell, Log 6562R2 by Representative Jacobs, Log 6658R1 by Representative Moulton. The question is on the en bloc package number 5. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment en bloc is agreed to. We have we will now consider en bloc package 6. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 6, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with a minority without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. En bloc package number 6 is comprised of the following: Log 6362R3 by Representative Moulton, Log 6210R1 by Representative Mesmer, Log 6509R2 by Representative Keating, Log 6901 by Representative Rogers, Log 6902 by Representative Graves, Log 6540R1 by Representative Whitman, Log 6913 by Representative Rogers, Log 6856R2 by Representative Whitesides, Log 5826R2 by Delegate Moylan, Log 5842 by Representative Stefanik, Log 6080 by Representative Mace, Log 6628R1 by Representative Carbajal, Log 6894R2 by Representative Turner, Log 5928R1 by Representative Hamadeh, Log 5850R1 by Representative Stefanik, Log 6571R1 by Delegate Moylan, Log 5862R3 by Representative Crank, Log 6792R2 by Representative Crow, Log 6180R1 by Representative Mesmer, Log 6532R2 by Representative Higgins, Log 6830R1 by Representative Garamendi, Log 5754R1 by Representative Luttrell, Log 6343 by Representative Norcross, Log 5966R4 by Representative Kiggins, Log 6893 by Representative Garamendi, Log 6436R3 by Representative Houlihan, Log 6465R3 by Representative Kelly, Log 6919 by Representative Whitman, Log 6921R1 by Delegate Moylan, Log 6767R2 by Representative Mills, Log 6117R2 by Representative Mesmer, Log 6924 by Representative Vindman, 6009R2 by Representative Harrigan, Log 6923R1 by Representative Jackson, Log 5989R2 by Representative Cisneros, Log 6925R1 by Representative Cisneros. Log 6927R1 by Representative Crowe. Log 5712R3 by Representative Bergman. Log 5988R2 by Representative Cisneros. Log 6828R3 by Representative Garamendi. Log 6673 by Representative Scott. Log 6398 by Representative Van Orden. Log 6403 by Representative Van Orden. And Log 6928 by Representative Mills. Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? There's seeing none. The question is on the en bloc package number 6. So many as in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the en bloc amendments are agreed to.
Got your trash. All right, we are going to recorded votes, going to orange.
All right. We are now going to proceed to vote on those amendments that were where a recorded vote was requested. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 6105 by Ms. Strickland and shall resume on those proceedings. The question occurs on that amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting no.
Ranking member will be voting yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Which Strickland amendment is this? You gave us the number. What is this?
6105. What?
It's on promotion lists. It's on restricting the Secretary of Defense's ability to fire people, basically.
Okay. All right. The chairman's voting no. The ranking member's voting yes. And the clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and record the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 26, the nays are 30.
The amendment is not agreed to. We will now move to log number 6093 by Representative Houlihan. We will record our votes by electronic device. The chairman will be voting no.
Our ranking member will be voting yes.
The clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 28, the nays are 28.
The amendment is not agreed to. We will now move to log number 6638R2 by Representative Golden. We will record our votes by electronic device. The chairman will be voting no.
Ranking member will be voting yes.
The clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his vote? Seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 17, the nays are 39.
The amendment's not agreed to. We will now move to log number 5987R1 by Representative Cisneros. We will record our votes by electronic device. The chairman will vote no.
The ranking member will vote yes.
The clerk will open the machine and members will vote.
I don't like that I have to hold on to this thing so that it doesn't.
Go to Amendment 6825R2 by Representative Strickland. We will record our votes by electronic device. The chairman will be voting no.
Our ranking member will be voting yes.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the chairman's mark as amended.
The question is on the motion of the gentleman from Virginia. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Of course. Aye, God love her. Quorum being present, the ayes have it. Oh, is there? The motion is agreed to. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by. This is on our mark. Yeah. Not the final. Yes, that's correct. Okay.
Yes, correct. They're good. So you're going to move to the next. 10. Go to
Yeah.
10. Here we are. This is
All right. We will now vote on reporting the bill favorably to the House. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, for the purpose of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee report the bill, H.R. 8800, as amended, favorably to the House.
The question is on the motion of the gentleman from Virginia. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. A quorum being present, the ayes have it. The chair calls for a recorded vote. Members will record their vote using their assigned electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
Ranking member will be voting yes as well.
The clerk will we will record our votes by electronic device. The clerk will open the machine and the members will vote.
We've got a couple keeping things after this. I have to say something at this point. You do need to observe this.
Does he have a
What?
since I don't have a Spencer? Yes, he does. Okay. I still page when it's.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? There is a quorum present. The clerk will lock the machine and